Oh, everybody's live. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to episode 10 of The Gamblers, a Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. And I am overjoyed to see you all and hear you all. And you all don't know what we were doing backstage. And if you did know, you would think, well, they're boring. But we... Probably that's actually true. But it is so good to see you all. Thank you all for being here. It is Friday. You got to get down on Friday. And everybody's looking forward to the weekend. And partying, yeah. Partying, yeah. Fun. And we're looking forward to the weekend. So, I'm happy to be here with you all. And I'm sure our players are as well. Thank you. For being here. We do this for you all, and with you all, and around you all, and near you all, and in interactions with you all. So thank you. If you would like to, you could support us by being here and watching us either live or on Memorex, the VODs over here on YouTube, however you like, however you wish. You can also tell your friends about us. You can tell them if they don't watch the show, the Harlock will teleport into their space and teleport away with them. I don't know. That's a possibility. You can. It is. You can also give us tips and bits, and if you do, we will read those messages out at the intermission and at the end. You can also join our Patreon, and all that Patreon support goes to help support pay the cast and for art and all of that kind of good stuff. And let me see. We have a special slot for sponsors. There are only 4 slots total, and that's on the Patreon. That's $200 a month, and $200 will pay for the 4 cast members, not me. And so all 4 of those, I would like to say, are actually taken up. And Josh Meehan is our 4th sponsor. So thank you, Josh. And Josh, I need you to DM me and let me know what you want in your special sponsor ad, what you want it to sound like. So DM me and we'll work that out, what your ad will be like. And let me see. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Josh. Because here's the thing. I want to make a nice radio ad for you that will be exciting, however that might be. So that would be, and look, by exciting, it might be ridiculous. It really depends on what you want, but I'm excited for it no matter what it is. Let's see. So as you can see tonight, Mythomatic is not here today. Mythomatic has been kidnapped by Grebes, and because they are carnivorous. So I don't know. Though he's got a bit of a migraine. So if you could wish him some good, healthy luck and no lights and all that, that would be lovely, because he could use that right about now. So let us start, though, with introducing our players, because they are the best and they make me happy, more than you can know. So let's start with Grimjack, and just say who you are, who you're playing, and if you could answer me one question, I would appreciate it. And that question would be, we've got a bunch of Grebes coming into this ship right now, and we had some lovely conversations last week. And I think I would like to ask, could you tell me, how does your character feel about pets and also farm animals? That is the question for today. Pets and also farm animals. Please, Greg.
Sure, sure. Hi, everybody. Greg Grimjack 21502. I will apologize in advance, as I already apologized to the cast. My computer is running at least a second, 2 seconds slow, and so I need to. If I step on people's lines, please know that I am a rude person, but I'm not trying to be that rude when I do it. So, um, anywho, Greaves. Well, I think Val. I played Dr. Valentine, Val Morrissey.
Thank you.
Um, I think that Val has he doesn't differentiate between pets and livestock.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He grew up on a farm, so the animal that he named on Monday was dinner on Friday. So it's a different approach, I think, to the whole pet situation.
Oh, so he doesn't differentiate in that way.
Right.
As opposed to just like getting really attached to all the animals and then getting rudely surprised.
No, yeah, he's just, it's a circle of life. And I'm sure that when he was a young kid, there was a traumatic event that kind of started this cold wall. But that's RP stuff. We can do that at some point in the future. But right now, he doesn't give a shit. Anywho, back to you.
First off, I'm going to just note that you just said that he had a cold wall. That seems very odd. He's such a warm and friendly doctor with like the best bedside manner, and not once in these entire 9 episodes I've come to this point, like especially not when the Baron Severance admitted to just stabbing the pirate queen, have you ever responded with coldness or complicity. Like that's just so weird that you would say that about your character.
It's a weird Friday, Trooper. I don't know. It's a
speaking of like the people who are the warmest in the crew, because again, I feel like Severance is probably the warmest, I think, and the kindest, and the Doc is super warm. So I think we're gonna go with like, one of the other super warm crew members, which of course outwardly warm would be the Harlock. Rocket, who are you? Who are you playing?
Yeah.
And how does your character feel about livestock and or pets?
Yeah. So, hello everyone. I am Rocket Fox, and I've got to say it. I am just so excited that I just can't hide it, and I'm about to lose control, and I do think I like it. So,
nice.
Ready for that to happen. And then, yeah, you can, if you want to find me in other places, usually I'm over on Instagram, or you can find me on Cybernation Uncensored, where I produce a couple shows, play some Thursday Cyberpunk Red, and going to be on my own channel once again producing a little something that you're going to see some familiar faces in. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, I play Harlock, Harlock, who I guess is the other captain question mark, but also has some abilities that we don't really speak of, except when it comes to actually manifesting them through speaking into people's minds or showing up from one place to another. As far as Greaves and pets and such, I think people will find that there's a secret soft spot, not for people or orphans or children or anything like that, but somewhere along the lines of things that grow more hair. So either animals or bearded people or children or things like that. So yeah, I think that when she grew up there, because the only time that another animal's really been brought up was like on the crest of her family's thing with these. They were very similar to the fun bunch that we encountered on the planet's surface. So she's accustomed to that kind of thing.
Really great powers too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And I don't think that there probably would have been a lot of pet having back in her day, but I think she probably had a little bit more of a connection. Like she'd probably go out just on her own at times and hang out and stuff like that. So I think when the opportunity, like she's very utilitarian, but when the opportunity arises, like she doesn't disenjoy it.
I think that's fair. And that leads us to I think all of us would agree, including everybody in the audience, the meanest, cruelest cast member of the crew,
Yes.
the one who we think of as like the terror of the spaceways, who's always advocating wanton murder and slaughter, of course. Ari,
Kill people. Murder. Why not?
Ari, tell us how are you and who you are, who you're playing, and then how does your character feel about pets and or livestock?
Well, hi, I'm Ari Ventures. You can find me online, on most of the socials, and also, sorry, this I happen to have a dog right here who wants attention, and if I stop petting her, will start growling, and it will sound very weird. So I'm just gonna be a little. I'm just petting her. Anywho, um, I think that Terica, when it comes to pets, like they grew up around a lot of pets and they love like taking care of pets and taking care of animals. And they tend to see animals more in that regard than as something to eat or anything like that. Um, but I think there's something to balance between pets and livestock on the gambler. And while there was quite the very adept argument made for these livestock being here. I think it would be fair to note that there's some concern about what may happen to their precious gambler as a result of these beings being on the ship.
That's fair. That's fair. And I am Trooper SJP, and I am the uh, Grebe handler, Grebe wrangler for this crew, and I am happy to be here, and I am so glad for all of you to be here with us. So, let's do a bit of a recap. But because we were not here last week, and I'm so sorry, the semester has started, and I've been getting like 45 minutes of sleep a night, like all last week. It was a whole thing, but we're here and we're ready now. But we need a recap for what happened last time. And we need to say what happened last time. And I just want, because I think this is fun times, I would love to hear from each one of your characters' point of view what happened last time. Just like a nice little thought about what your characters think happened. And then, I'll fill in or be amused or both. Let's start. Let's go reverso. Ari, tell me, what do you think, Tarek? How would Tarek describe what happened last time?
Um, so the whole story blurs together in my mind, admittedly, and I'm like trying to remember where the episode started. I think it started like with us on the ship headed up, right? Like,
You were heading. Yes, the ship had like picked you up, and you were on your journey, right? The flight back to the space station, where you all had lots of conversations with people about,
yeah.
and then you dealt with passengers and
I mean, it was very unexpected
Grebes.
to have Wesley like hand us so many passengers at discounted fares. I think there's this there is a challenge that Terica's struggling with in the sense of like this whole they went through something that reminded them very much of the war that they were surprised by, right? Particularly the crash. And so they've had a chance to like get back behind the wheel, which I think stabilizes a little bit, but now they're being confronted with people who have also experienced a similar war situation. And this is a time where I think they're either going to need to find some sort of like stability um to calm down, or uh something's got to give, basically. Like they're a ticking time bomb right now. And I think that all they can think about is like, how do we get these people taken care of and keep the gambler safe? And that's their like two big pieces of focus in this whole moment right now. So to have this GeDeCo guy coming on the ship to have conversations, I don't even think that that's like really registering with Tarika right now. They're very much just like, what is exactly in front of me? That's what I'm handling. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. 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 All right. Okay. Continuing our backwards. Fox, what happened last week according to the Harlock? Not any
So,
Harlock, but the Harlock.
so we did indeed get back aboard the ship. And from there, one bad thing led to another. Um, there was suddenly all of these people just everywhere, that wanted even to get on board the ship. Um, People were rooming in different places. People were making promises that couldn't be fulfilled. Um, there were animals showing up in the windows, and there was just so much. There was so much, and no one was really taking full responsibility for it, Wesley. Um, and
What?
and just when it seemed as if that were enough, as if the soul had finally landed in the outer circles of hell, that's when the GeDeCo director Bowie showed up and just waltzed in, just waltzed in,
Yep. Yep. Yep.
literally with his own music, just
Yeah.
playing his
Yeah.
own music.
I
And
forgot music.
yeah, and it's just sometimes you just have to shut your feelings down and just accept that bad things are going to happen, including people showing up that you don't want to show up, that you have to just deal with and try and send on their way, because you can't abduct them really, without it being really complicated.
Yeah.
I
Although
mean,
as an aside, he would make a very high value hostage. I'm just throwing that out there.
but also
Unless
just like,
unless everyone he works with realizes the truth and they're like, oh yes, no, what a shame, he's been taken. Guess we'll have to cash in on this kidnap insurance policy. So in that event, we'd be stuck with him. So
Yeah.
ugh.
That leads us to our good doctor, who also had some stuff happen last week. Good doctor. Uh, how was last week for the good doctor? What happened?
Really, it was just a lot of adding, a lot of arithmetic, just figuring out how much to charge people and all that fun stuff. And so he had a fucking blast. It was great. It was exactly what he likes. It was a healthy everything was coming up not in the red. And so
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
other than that, I didn't see that there was any problems whatsoever with anything that happened last week, and I'm certain that this week will continue in the same smooth sailing session.
Yeah, that seems right. I mean, that's what my notes say. Nothing weird about medical tests or anything came up about
Nope,
anyone.
nope,
Nope.
absolutely not. Nope.
Nope. Uh,
a good
so
doctor, putting a value on every life that comes to our door, monetarily.
yeah,
Exactly.
and just making sure that people will be okay for various values of that term. So, from my point of view, last week on The Gamblers, Traveler, Pirates of Drinax. Our heroes got picked up on the ship that was being run sort of remotely, saved from the planet, and as they were moving back up, things happened. They integrated a new crew member, Kareen, who decided that she would perhaps not want to stay being groped at a really crappy restaurant. And
Very good at stabbing, though.
very good at stabbing, however, which is one of the reasons why she gets gripped less at that restaurant, because she might threaten to stab people, as it turns out. Um,
Fair.
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 So your crew has expanded. You now currently have an unconscious Evan and also a Kareen on board. And you learn from Wesley that perhaps he promised to let refugees onto the ship. And when you arrived, there were some questions about that. There were some tensions. When you arrived, you learned that people have found out about this, and there are far more people in your hangar than you actually had any kind of space for. And so you dealt with trying to figure out who to sort of let in, who to let out, including
Me.
this very, very yes. Anakin's like heroes. They're antagonists. So that's true. Antagonists.
There was
It is
one
true.
good spot though. There was one good spot, and that was indeed one of the passengers we took on with his ton of latex suits,
Yes.
who just
Yes.
squished on over,
Yeah.
and just moistily made his way aboard.
That was Marcel Rambeau. But again, you just make sure you wear your boots outside of your latex pants so that all sweat goes into the boot and not onto the ground, and then you're fine.
Self-created foot sauna. I just, it's the latest.
It's really about Dune. That whole thing with Dune where they have like the water filtration thing, that's just a lot of latex, is really all that was.
Mhm.
And now we've learned it wasn't as high tech as you thought. It was just latex outfits and a straw. So,
All that goes down into your boot.
I warn everybody in the audience, we're all a little goofy today. That's just how it is. So you had some interesting passengers, including this this couple with their children and a bunch of grebes, and they will give you some of those grebes, like a ton of grebes, tons of space worth of grebes for helping getting the passage out. You have some arrogant high passage folks. You've got a bunch of folks who have come onto this ship that you've agreed to take passengers for, and you thought, well, it's about time for us to leave. However, before you could, the local planetary director of GeDeCo, the General Development Corporation, which is a corporation, it's a general one, and it deals with development. No, what I really want to say is it's an imperial corporation. It's a corporation that was founded in the Empire, in the Imperium, and they're technically an independent corporation, but we all know where they come from. And they are here, if you ask them, to do good deeds in the Trojan Reach. Because the Trojan Reach was destroyed in a massive, massive amount of war centuries ago, the old Sindalian Empire. And many of the planets in this space have all, many of them have been really, really decimated and hindered and hurt, including having most of their technology sort of destroyed. Really, these are kind of a bit more pre-development sort of planets at this moment. And this whole area, the Trojan Reach, which is where we're at, sits in between these two big, large political forces, the Imperium and the Aslan Hierate. And both of those two large forces are kind of aggressive, and they find the buffer zone between them to be interesting, and maybe they don't. Who knows how long they want that buffer zone to stay independent? But our antagonists have all been commissioned by the royal family of Drinax, which was an empire that was destroyed 200 years ago or so. And their mission, they've been given a very, very special and very cool, powerful ship. Their mission being to do some, I was going to say piracy, but that would be wrong, privateering, to get money to help fund this new era of the Drinaxian Empire, because Drinax needs money. So do a little bit of piracy, that's one thing. So they've begun this ship, and they have to give back 10% of whatever they earn, ship it back to Drinax every month, which they will, I'm sure. Or not, I don't know. I'm not the boss of them. But the other thing is, of course, that the king, but really his daughter, had the idea that what to do is also to make there be a piracy problem in this area. Not so big and desperate that the Empire will just come in and just start shutting it down, but enough that there's a problem. A problem that then Drinax and our antagonists can solve. and that this sort of idea, and also third part, is to get these former planets that were used to be part of the Drinax Empire to become allied with the new Drinax, which nobody knows. They're rebuilding their empire. That's a secret. But they want to sort of get the allies so that when the time comes, Drinax can say, hey, we are an empire. We have all these planets that are on our side, and we can solve your piracy problem. So you should just recognize us, and we will unify all these disparate worlds. Trade will happen, right? Everything will be great. So that is the mission they've been given. And at the moment, they've had some successful piracy. They're on this planet. They're about ready to leave. But before they could, the director of the GeDeCo has come to see them and has arrived onto their ship. Now, one of the things they have learned as they've been traveling is that the GeDeCo sort of has built, out of the kindness of their capitalist hearts, many of the spaceports in this area, and they also run them. And they run a lot of things in this area, but all they care about is just making sure that trade happens smoothly, which means that when people get kidnapped and sold into slavery, as long as it doesn't impact trade, they kind of don't care. So that's fun. And our tagonists have just dealt with the fact that there's a planetary cluster right next to this Ogma, another system, and they've got these raiders that regularly come into Marduk, which is where they are, and Borea, which is right next to them, and just kidnap people. Anyone with technology or knowledge, they just kidnap those people from Marduk and Borite and take them back, and they're working on becoming some kind of, I suppose they want to be some kind of big, massive empire. I don't know what's up with Ogma. It's just that they don't have the technology to jump more than 1 parsec, so nobody else cares because they only mess up poor Marduk and Borite, and everyone else is like, we're fine. And the GeDeCo run the space station in Ogma, Marduk, and Borite, and so they also seem to not care. There was the original note that the director wanted to see while kind of maybe quasi-deputizing you, that when you were in the area, you could maybe take care of pirates that don't come close, or raiders that don't come close to the space station, because they're not going to. But you'd have to find out what the director actually wants to say, because the director is here now. And that, I believe, is where we will begin, I think. Yes? Yes? Okay, good. Let us begin. As we open up the curtain on our scene, we have a bunch of passengers on the outside, and those passengers are now dealing with finances, right? And so how this works, for those of you who don't know Traveler, it's a world where we have faster than light travel. Well, not really. We have travel that allows you to sort of open up a sort of like a wormhole that allows you to sort of travel through space, like in a slightly off dimension. But we do not have faster than light communication. Radio waves don't do that. So all sort of communication ends up happening by courier, right? We end up getting sort of ships that travel to take messages back and forth. And that sort of gives you a kind of an interesting situation. And one of these things, it's like, actually it has that kind of the sense of the old age of sail. And in that kind of a thing there, you need to have reliable and trustworthy sources that allow you to do trade. And that source in this area is, guess whom? GeDeCo, that is correct. And so, yes. So your passengers right now are going through to set up payment modes, right? And this is I wrote a word even, and I forgot what it was, because what is wrong with me? For those of you who don't know, I used to teach English in Germany when I lived in Germany, and I had to teach business English. That was one of the things that I did. And there was a term that I had to learn that I did not know what it was English. I learned it, and then I had to teach other people that term. But it was, it's like a broker, but it's a different word other than broker.
A monger.
Maybe a monger. I'm just going to go with broker for now, but that's not the word I want. I want a special word. There's like a cool trading term that I cannot remember. Dang it.
Money facilitator.
Money facilitator. Yes.
Not quite.
No. Anyway, there's a brokerage, right? So the way it works is that people will sort of pay their money for the fare to GeDeCo as a broker, and then when you arrive at the planet where they are So they no longer have the money. GeDeCo has it. When you arrive on the new space station, where they are going to be dropped off, they then confirm that they've arrived, and then the money gets released from that brokerage account into the ship's account. And this works in many different ways. So you all don't have a mortgage, but those who do have mortgages do the same thing, right? They give their money to one of these brokerages, usually run by GeDeCo, who then sort of send that money off, right, to whoever owns that brokerage. Same thing, right? If you want to go and give the money to the king of Drinax, you would basically set up a transfer. When you run with the space stations, you say, hey, we're going to transfer this amount of money, send it off to those people, and then messages work out through and they get sort of downloaded over there. So you could definitely, of course, 100% pay the king of Drinax what you owe him when you get to the end of the month, which is real soon. Just noting it. But for no reason. So
Oh,
you have
yeah.
passengers are working around through their brokerage at this moment, and you are sitting, and I suppose, just for all of our joy and love, I'm going to bring up our um, our ship map, so that we can have a little bit of a sort of a discussion about where you're going to place everyone. Let's have this discussion, shall we? So, this is a big, massive ship, a Harrier. A trade liaison, trustee, perhaps. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it's like a brokerage thing. It was here I am. I'm like what 20, learning like international trade terms. I was like, I don't know what these terms are. Greg probably knows them. Greg probably knows them.
Judiciary?
What'd you say?
Judiciary?
I think so. Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So it's a 2-deck ship, and it's very, very fancy. And if we notice, you have the bridge up here. You have everyone's sort of rooms where they stay, and then you have this really nice sort of galley place where you would talk to people, have discussions. Now, you have not spent a lot to make your ship. You've not fixed a lot of the what's the word? Cosmetic parts of your ship. So your bonus you get for having discussions with folks in your ship, diplomacy when you look impressive, you're not getting because you've not worked on that part yet. But he is sitting there, and he sort of draped himself in one of these chairs, and he has 2 guards that are standing off to the side, and you can see probably like the screen, right? You probably got like it's not really an actual window, but it's sort of like a faux window to look out onto space, and you can see some of the wreckages of some of these ships that have been destroyed. And as you sit there with this fellow, who looks like a young David Bowie, but if you can think about David Bowie when he was sort of like if you remember the beginning of The Hunger, when he had the sort of the black hair on, so he's got this sort of very sculpted black hair that's like swooping, clearly sort of a product in the hair, right? In a nice suit that looks, it's like a gray suit with like the standing collar, and he sort of sits in the chair in a kind of a loungy way, sort of leaning back, perhaps a little bit too
Does he
comfortable.
does he put his feet on like a place where you wouldn't normally do? Like, is his feet up on the coffee table or anything like that?
They're not on the coffee table, but they are on the other chair across from him, like on the seat of the other chair, and
Sorry, that's
he's waiting
inappropriate.
for you all to sit.
Tarika would walk over and pull the chair so that his feet drop, and then they would sit down and just like look at him like, how dare you put your muddy feet on the gamblers' chairs? Like it's like they pull all of their regalia, so it's just like this like dignified, graceful cross, pull, sit, stare.
Might it be
Now,
a slow pull of the chair out so you just hear that?
Oh, definitely. It's like this is a very it's this sort of political snub that you would have over tea, where it's just like
mhm,
uh that the snap of the fan level of
yes,
like you know what you did. We all
yes,
know what you did.
yes. Now, the Baron, when all of the madness started happening on the ship and everything became very full, and there's also officially from your documentation, the Harlock has been listed as the captain, and so everyone's like paying attention to the Captain Harlock. And when all of the spotlight goes onto the Harlock, the Baron sort of retired to his quarters, saying that he had admin to do. We don't know what the Baron is doing in there. I suppose we'll find out later. Um, but up here we have Terica. They are there. The Harlock has to be bigger there because the Harlock is the captain. Uh, is the doc here?
Yes.
Hmm. Lovely. And so Director Alexis Germain, leans back a little bit and smiles to you all. It is lovely to meet all of you, Captain. Um, and looks at the other two, like waiting for you to introduce yourselves to him.
Yes, it's delightful to meet you as well. May I introduce some of my crew? And first, the Harlock would gesture to Angry Terica.
Terica would not unfold their arms. They would just Terica.
Position.
One of the finest pilots you'll
Ah.
come across, of course. And of course, we also have our good doctor, and then also gestures over to Val.
Well, excellent. Yes.
I didn't know if I had to introduce myself as well. Doctor's fine.
Do you have other names?
Absolutely. Dr. Valentine Morrissey.
Ah, excellent. I assume you have other people in your crew.
Yes,
Although
but
I imagine they're busy.
yes. As you can see, when you arrived, we have quite the array of guests that we will be transporting, and we, despite the fact that I would love to stop everything and honor your gracing us with this visit, unfortunately, work still needs to get done.
Of course, and I appreciate you taking time to liaise with GeDeCo. So let's
Of
start
course.
with business, because that's what we're about. Because your business is our business, and we make our business your business. So,
You certainly do.
now, as you sort of see these sort of ships, these small little ships, you can see them in your display, sort of push off into space and then like zoom off. And you know those to be X-boat ships. And X-boat ships are these very small, fast courier ships. They have a jump drive of about 4. They have a jump 4 drive, which means they can hit 4 parsecs in a jump. And what they do is they transfer information. So if something happens, that little X-boat will just like pop off, jump 4 parsecs. They deliver mail, they deliver news, information. Anytime any kind of information that happens, you send it off to that X-boat. They'll jump off, like money transfers, all that kind of stuff. So there are the ways in which information about things that happen, like for example, an attack on a starship or a pirate attack, for example, get out real fast. Things like that. And so you can see them sort of like taking off and like zooming out. And he says, so let's get down to a little bit of business. As you could see, there was an attack on our space station by Ogma Raiders, which is inappropriate. and
Been a lot
unfortunate.
of inappropriate things today.
I agree. And he sort of like he does that thing where he puts his hands on the armrests of the chair. This sort of like this chair you have is like a couple hundred years old and it's beautiful and it's sort of brass and it's
Ah.
got this great sort of detail to it and nice velvet sort of seating. And he pushes his hands down on it and like leans back in that way that strains the the metal, the padding just a little bit as he just like use it to like stretch his back out, and he goes, "Ah,
I think Harlock would just kind of like really quickly kind of hold a hand out toward Terica and lean forward, hoping that maybe there will be some mirroring of this. Yes, so please, how may we assist the Honorable GeDeCo?
I am so glad you asked. So, I am so sorry. I have to do my pleasantries first. I am so glad to see that you survived that attack, and I'm glad to see that you were taken care of and rescued, and I don't even mind that you missed our meeting. I trust you're all well.
I'm shocked you remembered pleasantries.
Well,
Fascinating.
The most disappointing part of it was missing the meeting, of course.
Well,
But here we are now, at least.
Captain the Harlock. Appreciate it. I like someone who understands diplomacy. So, your ship is pretty impressive.
We like to think so. Thank you.
I noticed it has some impressive weaponry on it as well.
Well, we like to be prepared for anything, as kind of like gesturing toward where the window screen is. We like to be prepared for anything, as clearly anything can happen out there.
Now, I would like to ask you a few questions and give you a few opportunities.
Fantastic.
Excellent. I assume you know how to use those weapons.
Yes.
Excellent. Now, I'm in a bit of a conundrum, you see. We at
Go on.
GeDeCo, we value one thing above everything else. The stability of the Trojan Reaches.
Just as an outside thing real quick, would Val and Harlock still have a mental link?
That is a thing you can do, absolutely.
You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. It's too good not to.
We did just spit a point for it. One of your side points, but
throw some. Yeah. So as soon as he says, "There's one thing at GeDeCo that we value over anything else," immediately Val would hear money.
It would be in stereo. Yeah, they'd both say it at the same time. Yeah.
And of course, stability is important because without stability, you can't have trade. Without trade, you cannot have the betterment of all people, which is what we care about at GeDeCo.
Of course you do. Yes, stability. Very important. It's like having a cake. You need stability in it.
Absolutely. So, this attack by these raiders we find somewhat distressing. Now, they've not been so bold to attack our space station before, and this is going to cost quite a bit of money to fix, which we don't like. I'm sure you could understand that. So
yes, of course, and of course the threat to the stability.
I like you, absolutely. Now, there's discussion amongst people in GeDeCo on different spaces about what to do about the problem of raiding and piracy in this area. Now, some of my colleagues think what we should do is encourage the planets that we serve so selflessly to ask the Imperium to bring in a stronger naval presence, perhaps just move in a little bit further to ensure stability for everyone. And
well, that seems like quite a large response to something like this, and that, quite frankly, seems to be insinuating that GeDeCo wouldn't be able to take care of it.
We are not a military force. We just are shepherds. Shepherds of trade. Now, of course, the planets themselves would have to make that invitation. But
Hmm.
you have seen Marduk. The people of Marduk, well, they just let us talk for them. They seem so busy. So we could make that request, but I feel like, personally, if we could hold off a little bit longer from something so large, there's probably more opportunity for everyone without the Imperial Navy everywhere. So I had a
Completely agree.
yes, and I had a brilliant idea that perhaps if we had some trustworthy
Mm.
deputies that you could
Mm.
agree to just keep your eye out on some of the outer areas to make sure everything is safe.
Oh, well, we of course want to do our part in uh, maintaining a peaceful sector.
Hmm, excellent. Because we can do bounties, of course, and just helpfulness, and I think as long as we can keep the area free for trade, uh, well, we don't have to do anything too drastic. And as basically the representative for the Mardukian people, I feel like I'm more than uh, authorized enough to make that offer. And of course, any kind of payment you might need for bounties will come out of whatever it is the Mardukian people might be getting from uh, as a payment for allowing us to rent their space.
Well, you are so unspeakably generous.
Uh,
Yes, of course. Where do we get all this figured out and situated so we can? I'm sure you're very busy, especially with all of the unanticipated excitement that just
uh,
happened. So let's
oh,
get
yes.
everything wrapped up, T's dotted and I's crossed, of course, and then we'll get you where you need to be.
Yes. Speaking of which, I have one small question for you. I just was a bit curious. I hope your
Hmm.
ship is completely all right.
She's
Couldn't be
fine.
better.
Oh, good. Because I noticed in your short transponder burst, I just checked in, that your transponder went offline for a little bit. When you first, I imagine right before you came to our space station, and that there is, it's illegal to turn off your transponder, and that was a bit of a gap in time. I hope your transponder is well. Do you need us
I
to come and
fixed
That's
it.
that's horrifying to hear. I'm so shocked. I'm sure that Tara, kind of looking over and making an eye. I'm sure that Terica, who is one of the best around, will
uh,
thoroughly check it. As you can see, it is a little bit of an older ship, so sometimes
yes.
you have to give it a little extra TLC.
No need to
Good, good, good.
insinuate that it's a bad ship simply because your machine might have failed in picking up our transponder signal in the first place.
Oh, no, no, there's a gap in your transponder history.
Yes, well,
Huh. I'm sure if you fixed it, that's great. You might be asked by other authorities to explain that, which I'm sure you will be able to do so excellently. Now,
Of course.
I will have to go soon, but
Oh,
please note that
so
I
sad.
speak for the people of Marduk in any
Uh-huh.
kind of business or international measures, and in all of those planets where the natives are less, oh, I don't know how
Yes,
you'd say.
so uh what what do you need from us to hasten this process? So we
Oh,
don't keep you, of course.
uh, not much. I
Hmm.
do have something for you if you're agreeing.
What might that be?
And he like comes in, he pulls out a small little data pad, and he goes, may I?
That all certainly depends. What do you need?
Could you bring up your data pad? I just want to beam you something.
Oh, of course.
Mm. Just little bits, and then like little beam comes out, and a little, uh, it's like an NFT. It's not. It is. It's not. It's a thing. Pops up, and it's like a small badge that sort of notes that you have authority to question and capture or kill pirates and raiders
So
in
our second letter of mark, is that what I'm hearing?
the Marduk system only, right? So
Fantastic.
if some raiders or pirates show up in the Marduk system, you have the authority to
Make them not
you
be in
know,
the system.
yes. And what this will do is that, let's say, if some authorities come upon some sort of battle with you and some pirates or raiders in the Marduk
Mm.
system, you can beam this authorization out, and they would not find you to be. They would be like, ah, yes, you're basically deputized. And it's,
Ah. Okay, well that's, you know what? I very much thought that he was gonna send over a little like hologram gif of him dancing or something, so this is better.
I'm a big fan of this. I mean,
Yeah, no,
Targa
I will
thinks that
note-
he is uncouth and above his station and an asshole, but you know.
I don't know why you'd say that. Now, the deputizing sort of badge does have his picture on it, in like three-quarters profile, smiling.
Of course it does. Of course it
I
does.
mean, it
The man is a
does.
beams
narcissist.
coming out of his face, like little starbursts all over the place.
There's rainbow just shining out of his rear end.
Whenever it first pops
Yes.
up, you hear his theme music play in like
Yes.
Yeah.
16-bit
Yeah.
format.
And he just passes over a card to you also, like, digitally, which sort of notes that he is the general director of GeDeCo on Marduk, and therefore representative of the scattered Marduk people. And now I will note that the scattered Marduk people don't even talk to them for the most part.
No,
because they
I'm
are-
assuming he's
very
totally just
colonial.
blowing smoke out of his ass. Like,
Well, I mean,
I mean,
they
what,
can't
what
say no.
they think is the deal.
Yeah.
What were
But I
the
mean, I
names
suppose
of
those
those?
Marduki people can't
y-
say no since nobody talks to them.
Right. Back in the day, didn't they have, there was usually former like cavalry officials that were put in charge of Native American reservations back in the Old West.
Yes.
And they were like,
Yes.
air quote, kings of their little fiefdom.
Mhm.
That's, I'm getting
Yes.
so many vibes like that from this
Yes.
dude.
Yeah.
That is exactly the vibe you should be getting, because that's
There's
exactly
a
what's
reason why
happening.
you have that vibe.
There's a reason why you have that vibe. And
I mean, I
he
had it before he
smiles.
started talking. So
Oh yeah.
I knew it was-
Oh yeah.
He literally had his own theme music rolling up
Yes.
in the midst of post-war stuffs.
Yeah. Yeah. And he smiles and says, "Well, do you have any questions or needs from me?"
Well, I can't certainly think of any.
To keep the gambler the respect that she deserves would be nice.
we're good,
Ah,
Doc says from the side.
Good. I'm happy to hear it. Oh, and I hear you're doing some sort of charity work, taking refugees off our space station, and what good people. I myself do charity work all the time. It's a good write-off. So,
That it is.
I had one more thing for you.
Yes.
This
Here it is.
is sort of, a delivery. I'm not the type to be a simple messenger boy, but this was very, very secure, and so I thought I would
Be
deliver
the
it
messenger
myself.
boy.
Oh, more like I like to think of myself more like a top secret sort of agent, that sort of a thing. It's about more dramatic.
You would.
I
So secretive.
savage-
Would never have assumed.
I savagely regret face claiming this guy as David Bowie. It was maybe the worst thing I've ever done in RPGs. Just gonna let that out there.
I will note, in my mind is also David Bowie playing Pontius Pilate in the film Last Temptation of Christ. That is also in my mind right now, just so you know it. Anyways, so, and he sort of pulls out a small disc. This came by X-Boat. Very good security. I have no idea what's on it, but I was told to deliver it to this ship, assuming that you would be here, and indeed you are. And he just puts it on the table and just pushes it towards the captain.
And you pick it up
looks
and kind of look
very
at it.
interesting.
Indeed. Well, we appreciate your taking this on.
Hmm. And he kind of just sits like, in case you're gonna open up the hollow and just watch it right now in front of him while he was there, so you could also
So then,
see what's on it.
the Harlock would take it and like kind of just put it in a pocket or something, and then in the Midwestern way, just hands on the table, stand up. Well,
Erica would also stand up and they would say, "Let me get your chair." And then they would walk behind him and be ready to like yank the chair out from under this guy. Like,
and Harlock would walk around his side and just like kind of broadly gesture.
Of course. And he
Yes, allow us
steps
to.
up,
Yeah.
stands up tall, walks over to the doctor, and I wouldn't call it, well, actually, I would. I'm sure he wouldn't call it a really patronizing way. Just sort of like pats the doctor on the shoulder, like, it's okay that you're not a real officer. Like, as he's, because you have a pilot and a captain, and they're like clearly real officers. They just sort of pat you on the shoulder, just somewhat
Erica's fist.
patronizingly.
Erica's
All right,
fists,
well,
like
let's.
ball up and they like take a step forward, and I think it's like literally the Harlock's like, well, let's that like stop.
Well, I think too, Harlock would kind of immediately just like brush by, just, well, all right then, let's help you get down safely and on to your next appointment. I'm sure you're very busy. Someone like you has so many things going on, and starts like ushering them down, like
Of course.
looks back at both Val and Terica. All right, well, let's lead you away from this place before something bad happens.
And then he and his guards are allow themselves to be escorted out by you.
Thank goodness.
You
The
hear a
Harlock
spit.
would return.
You hear a spit, and Kareen is like down the hallway. Who'd listen to all of this? She just spat on the ground and went back into her quarters.
Harlock would look at Terica. We'll have Wesley clean that up.
I'll clean it up. Terica like pulls out their handkerchief that of course they have on them, and goes and like wipes down the floor very carefully. Well, very aggressively and then very carefully, because like, you know.
There, baby. There.
Yeah, it's like sorry.
Let's get out of here.
Not mad at you. Not mad at you.
Not mad at it. I didn't mean to take it out on you. So sorry.
Yes.
Oh,
Well,
the doc is worried. Sorry, guys.
yes. Well, let's get all these passengers aboard as promptly as possible.
And it is so that you are on the bridge
Wesley.
together. And Wesley like hustles out of the room that he now shares with Kareen fairly quickly. He's like, yes?
Well, we have a whole host of passengers that need to board.
Right.
Without having to
And he just,
RP
like,
everything.
he just like walks really close to the captain, and he goes, Karina's got a knife out?
Yes, well,
I'll help her carve him up.
she doesn't. And Harlock would be saying, Wesley, she doesn't know you, and now she's sharing a room with you. Of course, she has a knife out.
Okay.
Terica will like stand up from where they wipe down the spit. They'll open the door. They'll look at Kareem and they'll say like, "Careful with the gambler. Wesley's a good kid." And then they'll shut the door again and like walk down to the bridge to start the sequence to spin up.
Yep. Greg.
Obviously not something that needs to be RP'd, but Val would perform medical checks on everybody like before they even come on. Like he would do something out in the spacecraft before he starts even cycling people through the airlock. Just so you know.
Interesting. Can I get a medical roll from you?
That's why he's a good doctor.
Yay! Keeping us safe and alive.
Okay.
Gonna keep not having the thing get on this ship.
For
Yeah,
now.
no. Mhm, mhm.
Not when the thing is already on board.
Ooh, 13, that's very good.
13.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 13, 13, 13. So you're doing your you're doing your medical exams of everyone, and as you're out there in the hangar bay, and you've got Wesley trying to herd grebes, and all of this sort of slight madness happening. And of course, you're gonna have to sort of put people down into low berth, have them go unconscious. Like there's a whole process of it takes a while to get everything loaded up, and you're working through all of your passengers. Of course, Jaeger Ayers, who is a person of wealth and
Yes.
excitement.
Ooh,
He,
This
of
is how
course,
Doc.
is
I was gonna say this is how
very
Val would
wealthy.
handle this. Right. But this is how he would handle all this too. It's like when obviously he would have heirs by himself whenever they were going in, and he would have like he'd make a show of opening like a brand new premium kit and being like, I of course am only using the very best medical technology as per your passage.
Ah, oh, good, good. I'm glad to hear it. And like like that. Your style makes him feel like, oh, I'm getting. He's feeling very good about his treatment, and looks a little bit askance at the Grebes, but assumes like there's always like a little bit of an excitement that everybody has about one. There's been like a refugee crisis, so that's no good. But the ship is very
Unique.
cool looking and a little
Yeah.
bit exotic, right? Like there's something kind of neat about it, right? It clearly needs some work done, but there's a bit of excitement like, well, what ship is this, right? Many of the ships that people are on are kind of boring far traders. You know what I mean? They don't have this look. So there's a little bit of excitement you can tell from the crowd as they sort of note this ship.
Basically he's going to spend the moments that he has with heirs. He's really even not even lying to him in that
Yeah.
he says to him, this is I'm sure that you will see there are finer ships in the galaxy. There are ships that have all of the latest bells and whistles, but there are none that capture what it's like to be of old wealth.
Oh.
This is what it was like when the galaxy was formed and empires were created. Expansion and money and wealth were built
Oh.
in ships like these. And that's where I always, when I walk the halls, I think of that. Think of the history,
Hmm.
strength.
That's amazing. I do have one question there. I assume you have a very secure safe.
Absolutely. We've had, as I'm sure that you can understand, we've had suffered some damage because of these raiders that have come in here. But we are in the
It's
process
terrible.
of correcting everything. So if you see something, please point it out. Our staff is
It's,
frazzled a bit. It's their first time seeing such
uh,
violence.
it's- understandable. But I have are you my steward?
I am your doctor, but I can do
Ah,
whatever you need.
oh, excellent. Well, I'll be looking forward to meeting the steward later. But I would, should I be giving you, or the purser, should I be giving you I have a small valise that I would like to be put in the ship's safe if you, would I give that to you?
He leans forward, sort of conspiratorially. Everybody puts their things in the safe, but the problem with safes, my good friend, is everyone knows where they are.
Oh,
And if, God forbid, violence like we have just seen occurs
oh,
out in the black, it is
oh,
always best to have the truly unique and special items in a place that no one would ever look.
oh, it was
In my
this.
pocket.
Is this a service that you provide? Because if so, I am very pleased indeed.
He kind of looks around. Technically, I'm supposed to charge for this, but I don't see the admin around right now.
Uh, uh,
I have a
Doctor,
place in
what is your last
Med
name?
Bay,
I'm so sorry.
Morrissey, Dr.
Morrissey,
Valentine
Dr.
Morrissey.
Morrissey. And you can see him making a note of your fine treatment.
If you need to store something, see me in the Med Bay.
I will. Uh, just business papers. You understand.
course. If I even remembered what you handed me.
Huh. Excellent. Ah. And he's like, who will be taking me to my room? And he just sort of like sees Wesley with like 3 grebes and goes, you, this one.
Val snaps as well. Wesley. Wesley. Wesley.
And Wesley's like, and like drops one of the grebe, like, and like rushes over. Yes.
The Greaves also in the background, I imagine, are starting to go into the different rooms, like the passenger
Yes.
rooms.
Val leans forward and whispers into Wesley's ear, treat him like a king. I'm sorry about snapping.
Yes.
Let's go, Wesley.
And Wesley's going to take your special passenger into the ship as grebes sort of like start wandering. And these 2 women are like trying to herd their grebes. And as you go through, you go through everybody. And I will tell you this. And I'm going to tell you this because you got a 13 and because I love you very much. Everybody seems super normal. Nothing out of the ordinary. Some of the low passengers might need a little bit of extra care coming out of suspended animation. However, one thing does strike you as a tad interesting, let's say. This couple with their kids and their grebes, who, if you recall, are war-torn refugees who lost their ship. It was destroyed in this raid, and they are, it's like hard life. It's hard to lose everything in a war, everything you've worked hard for. And
they claim, yes.
Yeah. And they are dressed pretty modestly, just like good working folks. And I'm sure they've had a very hard life. You should have a lot of sympathy for them. I could just tell that you do. And it's interesting that as you do your scan on them, they're a good medical scan, they are probably older than they look, which means they've been taking anti-aging drugs, which are incredibly rare and incredibly expensive. Those drugs are like tech level 14, 15, which means the vast majority of people cannot get access to them, and they're like hundreds of thousands of credits. So this couple have had access to very expensive and quite rare anti-aging drugs. And in your experience, people who have things like that are planetary governors. The Drinaxian royal family most likely definitely has it. It's just one of those things that, I don't know, refugees may not necessarily, generally speaking, or like poor far traders might not necessarily, generally speaking, have access to that kind of technology.
The kids, I'm assuming, have none of this because they can't. They're of natural age, I should say.
Yes, they are of a natural age, but very healthy. They've had all their vitamins, they've had all their food, they're well fed. Yeah, you know what I mean? They're doing quite well.
What he would do is, and again, I don't want to take too much time with this, but I just want to say, after making sure that everybody's okay and checked out, he in all likelihood is going to, the low birth stuff has to happen even pre-jump for whenever he would go to the parents first and get them all set up. And, I don't know. I know that there are 3 kids, so we have like a room or 2 that we're using. So he'd make sure that at least one parent was with one of the kids and all that good stuff. But as he's tending to the mother and father or the parents and getting them ready to go down, he would just say, "We're not going to have any trouble now, are we? We're going to."
And these 2 women, they smile at you, right? And like, well, one is of course with the other kids, and this one here is like, and she says, "Oh no, I certainly hope not. I am so." And she takes your hand, right? And she looks at you with the look of that hard-working.
Right, he's going to stop her right there, and he's going to look back at her and say, "Whether with pleasantries or you spit in my face, I'm going to keep you alive during your low birth. I'm simply asking that when you're not sleeping, we're not going to have any problems, are we?"
Oh, no, of course not. And I trust this ship to keep us safe.
Absolutely.
She smiles at you, and there's just a bit of a hardness in her eyes. Not
Sure.
threatening, but
And he's not trying to be threatening either. He's just trying to be
yeah,
blunt. He's just trying to
just
be,
very blunt. Just
also that
this is
he knows what's going on.
yeah. And she says, "This is a fast ship. I appreciate that."
We'll be running fast.
Hmm.
Um, when he would put, because you said they're young kids, right? They were like
Yeah.
ages of like 11 and younger, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
If that's the case, once the parents are asleep and the kids can see that the moms are asleep, that they're both, um, what he would do is as each of them kind of gets ready, he would have his hypo wheel out and he would look at, the youngest of the children.
Yeah.
What's your favorite dream? You have a
And this
favorite dream?
the kid sort of looks at you, and I'm going to tell you, the kid has got like a smudge of dirt on their cheek.
That was placed there?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfectly placed smudge, right? It's just like, oh no, there's been a war. Just right there. And the kid looks at you. The kid's like 7 and thinks about it and goes, mm. And I'm going to ask you a question afterwards, but just note, I will say, there's a place with really big couches made out of warm beads, and there's a big fountain, and it's a water garden, and there are pleasant ice creams, and I can have whatever I want, and there's places to play. That's my dream. My favorite dream. It's it's called the White Rabbit. That's my favorite place.
He was literally typing all this down into his pad. And when the white rabbit came up, he wouldn't stop typing, but it would be like, instead of flying, it'd be like WHITE as he slows down to process that. And then when he has it done, he basically wipes the board, leaving kind of like a hollow streak of his fingerprint. And then it spins and a needle loads up. Got it right here.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome. Have a nice dream.
Thank you. It's nice to see you again, the kid says as he begins to drift off.
And that's how he put each of them down, asking what their favorite dream was.
And the older ones, because that one was 7, but you've got like a 10 and 11-year-old, and their dreams are corporate approved or whatever approved. They're like, oh, I like being in a field. Like nothing, like a nice sort of generic, what you might tell strangers, right? Nothing suspicious in that way.
He would say, when given a generic thing, he would say, oh, a field. Oh, I had space pirate here, but I can put in a field if you want.
Space pirate?
Oh, I have a field too. I can.
No. Can we be space pirates? And like all of a sudden, like, oh, that's exciting. And like, you see the kids like, whoo.
And then he would
Space
simply say,
pirates?
I have it right here. I just need to know, where would you like to be space pirates? Is there a particular place? I can just put in anywhere, but if it's,
Oh,
is there a particular place you'd like to, some people like to mimic, Crash Cart and, be in the old empire.
mm. Thief.
Perfect. I have that. And he would show after he types it.
Neat. And they're so excited now because like now they get to have excitement, right? Like, and they're like, oh, and the other one's like, well, me too.
Absolutely. I can't. Sometimes it works that you all will link up in your dreams. It's fun when that happens, but if it doesn't, or you don't remember, just remember that you had fun.
Okay.
That is okay. And he would spin it around, and
And one says, The Aslan lady was nice. As the oldest one starts sort of drifting off.
She wearing an apron?
Hmm. He just fades off.
He will. There's no tucking anybody in low birth, but there is a zip as he puts them in there. There's like a containment bag thing that those awful things. He would do so, but his are a little bit of an upgrade. So they look more like portable units like they had in Aliens that Hicks and everybody climbed in at the end. So
and the two mothers and these three kids are all sort of set into suspended animation, and you still have three more folks waiting. Everybody's waiting for you as you see Wesley going back and helping to pull these grebes, and everything is becoming to sort of sit together as your ship is getting ready to go.
he's gonna find Terrica if we have a.
You do.
Terrica would probably be up on the bridge, like muttering about the logs and checking things, like just checking to see, like, okay, are rudders responding correctly? Do we have the hyperspanners in place in case we need to create an arc as we're trying to spin out? Like, basically, they're trying to make sure that every single box is ticked, and it's a way of distracting themselves from the pure like energy that's just running through them right now.
He would walk to the edge of the bridge, like the back door, so to speak. Permission to come aboard.
Yeah. Hi.
You all right?
Everything seems to be in order. It's operating fine. I mean, obviously there's a reason that the logs are missing. Just have to correct that later. Have another discussion with Severance. And
by the way, the reason why the logs are missing is because you turned off your transponder before you went and attacked that ship. So that like you because basically you didn't want that ship to know who you were, so you had to turn off your transponder so you were not readable.
Yeah, and then we turned it back on, but we didn't turn it back on before we hit the system, if I remember correctly, right? That was basically like we have the gap in the log.
You can't. There's you can get software that takes care of that gap, but it's like crazy expensive. And so once you turn it off, it almost like it measures the dead space, and you can't.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it didn't say where you were, right? Because the way it works is that whenever you go and like come into a space station, your logs are automatically updated when you sort of come in. So your log right now has you left Drinax, right? And then you went to, let me take you to your map. It's like there's a long log and there's a short log. And the short log is basically what is anybody who has authority can access that short log. Usually space station authorities, naval authorities, they'll just ping it and it'll automatically ping back, which gives a basically like where you left, like basically your space stations you log into, and any kind of like passenger logs, like there's like kind of like basic logs that come in there, and for you all, what you have is that you left Drinax, so like has like the out log out of that space station, that you came into Torpol on the date, right, like basically a week later, and that you then came into, you left Drinax, a week later you came into the space station at Torpol, a week later, there's a dead spot in your transponder logs, and then you arrive at the space station in Marduk. And
I imagine there's a way to manually put something in those gaps, isn't there?
That is you have to hack it.
Yeah,
very difficult to do.
There's machinery that we could do it, or a skill, is what I'm hearing.
Right. What most people do is they're able to, if it's little brief periods of time like what we do, you can put in environmental things, like there was a sunspot or something like that, but that's all software that does that for you. Shit's super expensive because it's like they're built to be unhacked. So
Yeah, these are like the pilot's black box, right? Like these are these things where now you can always turn them off. You can turn them like high, low, or off, but turning them off is illegal. Uh, and if you do, you have to be able to explain why. And
We would
people,
never do anything illegal.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
know, I know.
What happened was not the gambler's fault. It was definitely a sunspot that just didn't get registered accurately. That's my
Right.
story, and I'm sticking to it.
Now, I will note that the ship that you attacked did not land. They did not go to the space station, which means if you look at their transponder log, it'll say, "Oh, we left this space station," and then sometime later they show up at a different space station, and they would have said, "Oh yeah, we went through Ogma." Or where, like you can say you went through a place but didn't stand in a. If you go to a system but you don't go to a space station, there's no automatic update, right? Because all that sort of happens when you land on a space station and you log in, and they sort of like do all the updates you need to do, including things like. I will note this that, and this is does not apply to you, but it lets you know something about this universe. How much money you owe on your mortgage for that ship is also in your transponder, so that when you arrive in a space station, if you owe money, that is also there, so they will know. You all don't owe any money on this ship, but they put all sorts of things on your short transponder log that people find important, like if you owe people money or like those sorts of things. And so, capitalism, right? There's, yeah, these transponders are to let you know where you've gone, but also if you owe people money, right? And so you can be tracked that way. If you can't just skip out of your debts. Luckily, you're not that person, but
For
people
now.
care about debt, right? A lot, even more so maybe than safety sometimes.
Terica is more just muttering about like the guy having had the audacity to make a comment about their logs in the first place. Like he wanted help. Why was he looking at the logs and making comments about them? He couldn't even have the decorum to sit properly in a chair, much less start with the pleasantries that you're supposed to start with, and then have the audacity to say that he represents a people group that don't even have have authorized him to be able to use their voice in any way, shape, or form. Like the audacity of this man is beyond belief. And how dare he come aboard the Gambler and act as if he was anybody? Um,
it was all
that is
leverage. Yeah.
yeah. So they're just that's where they're at. Is just like this like how dare you? Like, look, my ship is in order. Look, the hydrospanners are like connecting so we can have the arc if we need to. We've got everything put into place. How dare you come in front of me and act like that?
Right. So, Val would let them say, get it off their chest, and then he would say, "I was talking about you. We haven't talked since Evan."
How is he?
Gonna be fine.
Really?
Yeah.
That's good. That's very good.
How are you?
Not good.
It was an accident.
I feel like I'm all the way back on that ship again, just everything is out of control. It's just completely uh you said something when we were crashing.
I
What
say
did
a lot of things.
you said you dreamt something. What did you dream?
Did I? Falling, I guess.
Falling?
That's what we were doing. I'm not gonna make anybody roll this. He is lying.
I feel like Terrigo would know that, but I'm happy to roll if we need to. I feel like they know Val well enough. Falling.
Falling.
Falling
is-
from what?
Oh, here to there.
Are you okay?
I'm right as the rain.
Is he lying?
Nope. Just wanted to make sure that that you feel the severity of the accident. I know that you mourn it, but it's nothing more than that.
My head knows that, but I don't want to go to sleep, Val. Because I just got done dreaming about all of. I just got done dreaming about all of that. I don't want to, but I know that's what's waiting. So
You are in luck, my friend. And he would hold up his hypo reel and just let it start to spin. That every dream you can think of, and even none at all, right here. You need to rest. With rest comes clarity. With clarity comes forgiveness.
I'll rest after we get out.
I was going to say, let's jump, and then got plenty of time to rest, and then teach me how to use that fucking suit. I still can't pick up my scalpel.
Okay. All you have to do is just think about where the edge of your fingers actually is. It's not the real edge of your fingers anymore. It's a couple inches past that. You just have to. That's what.
You say these things and you make it sound so simple, but the problem is it's really not. I have looked into brains and thought, I've got this. I have looked into the 5-fingered of that fucking glove, and I know I don't have it.
Sorry, don't mean to laugh, but
It's okay.
is it?
No, you know how proud I am. I don't like any of this.
I'm sorry.
You are fine at your craft. You are a better friend.
You are my best friend.
That is so sad. Smiles.
I'll be the judge of that. Thank you very much.
You're not a judge. You're a pilot, an exceptional one. Please.
Well,
I argue against the law all the time. It's a pain in the ass. Don't ever be a judge.
You do like to find the fine end of the rules and the laws.
Part of being a doctor. If death was inevitable, I would have given up a long time ago. I like to fight.
You're a good fighter.
I'm not bad.
Oh, come on.
Not as good as you. I have an excellent teacher.
I just shot a man in the back.
I wasn't fighting. Fighting is what you do with your parents by not becoming them. Fighting is what you do now despite a war and its effect on your business. The greatest fighter I know.
Thank you.
I'm not a judge, but I'm a court reporter, and I'm simply reciting the facts.
That's a fine line to walk right there.
Razor's edge.
Tarika will throw their arm around Val's shoulders and say, all right, then. We'll get into We'll jump
help.
and then I'll show you the glove. Yes, please.
Yes, whatever. But yes, I guess whatever. Yes, okay, yes, we'll do that. Val's going to assist with both astrogation and the actual piloting.
Yep.
Like
And
we did before.
before that happens, I just want to shift over to where our captain is. Our current captain, official captain, the
Yeah,
Harlock.
the captain of, as far as our guy is concerned.
Yes, and who knows who else. You have been given a small holographic chip. A holographic generator, apparently a message that is important enough that it's well encrypted so that, and asked to give to you.
Well, let's try and break into it.
There's a thumbprint. Can't get into it without the proper thumbprint.
Well, at this point, Harlock will look at it, hold it up, kind of flip it around, just shrug, and then try with her own.
That is the thumbprint that was needed. It was for you. And as you sort of hit your thumb on this, the chip starts to glow, and you know that it's the time to sort of place it on the surface so that hologram can show up. And as you do, a small beam of light sort of crops up, and a figure sort of, and then that small sort of line sort of moves outwards until it becomes a figure. And you know this. It's like, do you remember the old TVs when you turn off the old the tube television and it would sort of turn that line, right? It's like that in reverse. And it's sort of like, whoosh, you see the princess of Drinax. And she is standing, and she begins to speak, and you know, of course, this is a pre-recorded message, right? So she cannot respond back to you. But she's looking up at, the technology is very good. It looks like she's looking up at you. And she's standing, so you don't know where this was recorded. But she doesn't seem to be stressed out. Her body language seems to be fairly neutral in the sense that you feel like she's probably in some kind of private space. And it sort of like zooms in a little bit, so you get a little bit more of her, so she's a little bit larger. And she says, this message is for the Harlock, captain of the Gambler. I trust that this message is being listened to in private. And there's a pause, presumably so that you could make sure that is the case, right? That there's nobody.
The Harlock essentially would just, I'm assuming at this point, is retired to recorder and would pretty much just like kick back, lean back, have some sort, maybe a whiskey or something, and just kind of lean back as she says it, not looking around her.
And the hologram responds as if you had said yes, right? You didn't, but the hologram responds as if you had done. Like a nod. And yes, you can tell it's sort of that the princess has got very good people skills, right? That kind of like active listening. And she's doing this even though this is a hologram who cannot hear you, but you can tell that it's like kind of like, this is how you behave. And she says, good, I'm glad to hear it, that we are somewhere safe. We have an opportunity for you and the Gambler. Two nearby worlds, Torpol and Clark, were both recently hit by the same raiding party. They initially landed on Clark and then headed to Torpol. Jumped there. Since after Torpol, they jumped out, and no one has seen them since. Both of the governments wish to punish the raiders and have put a price on their heads. I am not giving you this message because I thought you might enjoy just picking a bounty all by itself. More importantly, the provost merchant princes of Torpol are moderately friendly towards Drinax. The insular psychopomps of Clark are less trusting, but they have recently sent a representative to our court. I believe that if you could capture these pirates and turn them over to Clark and Torpal in the name of King Oleb, it would help secure their loyalty to us and perhaps get them to agree to join us in our dream. So, with this information, I urge you to head to Clark and Torpal as soon as you can to look into these raids and perhaps give us some allies. I assume you'll have some sort of investigating to do on your own, but that is the tip that I have for you. And whenever my network of information gatherers comes up with something else, I will let you know. And the hologram just.
Well, I believe after we drop all of this nonsense off where they belong, we'll have our next thing to do. And I want to imagine too, if this were a show that you're watching, you see the Harlock sitting there kind of leaning back in this chair with a whatever on the rocks, and then reaching over, to the right with a free hand as if some supervillain, just the camera panning slowly back and just petting a grebe that has just made its way into the room. As the camera continues to go back, there's a couple more grebes that are just like have gotten into the room. One's like probably lying on the bed. One's like chewing on a curtain.
They're quite large, our grebes.
Oh yeah, no, there's it doesn't have to pull back very far. There's not a lot of room in there anymore. The three grebes that Wesley was supposed to be manhandling have now made their way into Harlock's quarters.
Oh no.
And with that, we pull back a little farther, and I imagine we see the doctor and Tarika on the bridge. We pull back a little bit farther, and Wesley is in the engine room waiting. We pull back farther, and in the Baron's quarters, the Baron is plotting. You have Kareen, who is making sure all the passengers are in their rooms where they need to be, and that nothing is moving where it shouldn't.
Oh, thank goodness for Kareem.
Yeah, she doesn't want people.
Yeah, I imagine the knife is out and everything. Like,
I'm very happy with that. Very happy with that. Very worried about the curtains in the Harlock's room, but
The little baby grebe finds them delicious.
oh god, no.
Well, and anyway, like it's likely not like actually ingesting them. It's just getting, how like if you go into an old hotel, like the curtains soak up, the flavor of old cigarettes and like all this stuff. There's probably a lot of interesting.
Yeah.
There.
I imagine like, and I don't know what you think, but like I think when Tarika and Val are up there on the bridge, like doing everything, I think Tarika just kind of like keeps contact in a way, like their arm is like somehow like disconnected as they're like doing the like tapping things and stuff. It's not big, they're just like staying grounded,
And in that moment, I'm going to ask you for a few rolls. As your ship detaches from the space station and starts making its way towards outside of that radius so that you can make your jump. We need some things first. We need an astrogation check to plot your course properly from one space to the next. Who will be making that astrogation check?
A 10.
Interesting. Well, you have a -2
Oh.
because you're jumping 2 parsecs. However,
My bad. I rolled navigation and not astrogation. That is my bad.
Education, it's an education astrogation check.
Hey,
Same apparently. Um, which is fine. Which is fine. You actually did succeed. It's an easy check. It's not actually very. It's not. It's not hard to do it. Which means you made it by 4. That's good. Although I actually think you have a bonus to that one from the ship itself.
I do, and
So
I forgot
bring
what it was. I just rolled with my bonuses from my computer and Sue.
Let me pull that up for you. I believe you have at least a +1.
Yeah,
you
the
are going
tech
to sort
level
of-
gives us a plus. Yeah.
Yes, it does,
Mhm.
right? So you are plotting your space to, because again, if you do not plot the route through jump space well, you could end up anywhere.
No, we're in a star.
Woohoo!
You know, you
No
don't
one will
know
ever
when you'll
know.
emerge. You'll
That's
never
true.
know.
Not even us.
I now need another roll. I need the next roll. We need our engineering check to actually make the jump work.
That's
We'll
me,
make
right?
either
Because I've got engineering.
education engineer.
I have engineer for jump drive specifically.
Oh,
So
Nice.
That
nice.
might have been
Did
me.
Harlock did it
I
last
believe-
time. Yeah.
Yes, which means you're going to need to be there in that engine room to make sure it's ready to go. Can I get your a check,
Yes.
please? It will be
Um,
education engineering.
Yeah, I
Sue
imagine.
can give you a +1 too.
Cool. I imagine is Wesley down there?
Yes.
Mhm.
Probably going to be showing him just
Oh.
the engineering ropes, as it were.
And Wesley is paying such close attention. Wesley's is you can tell this seems to be one of the most important things. It's not just that it's exciting. Clearly, he has something to prove and is a little nervous, right? Like he wants to show that
Oh.
he shouldn't be fired, right? That he should be
I'm-
stuck along.
I'm imagining at one point it's just like, right. Or like not even saying anything, it's just gonna like
And he's got a wrench and he's just waiting, to make
just
sure
a
that he.
slow push away. Okay, so that's with education, that's a 9.
+2 from the aid from the astrogation check.
Ah,
which will make
yes. In that
and
case, that's an 11.
This is an easy check, right? So you make that by 7.
Oh, we don't explode. Good.
You do not explode. You can feel the ship's jump drive start coming to life. Tarika, you feel the rumble of the ship as you're moving through space. There's an ozone feeling, right? As you can, because this drive is a massive part of your ship. And the ship itself just shakes slightly. I'm going to ask you a question.
Mhm.
Momentum is preserved. So if you're moving at a speed before you go into the jump drive, you exit the jump space moving that same speed. So you have a choice. This is a choice you always have to make. Would you like to be, some people like to jump from a still spot, so when they emerge, they're still. Some people like to go into jump space at some kind of velocity. What do you like to do?
Terica used to like to jump from stillness because then they get there and they can see everything and everything's fine. But the disadvantage to jumping with stillness is that when you arrive, if someone's waiting for you, you're at the exact spot that they're expecting. So now
Yes.
they jump at a low impulse. It's not racing because the last thing you want to do is jump and there's an unexpected asteroid that you're now trying to dodge with no time. But they do go at like if we're talking equivalent of miles per hour, they're probably going like 15 to 20. Like they're not
Yeah,
5
yeah.
miles an hour, but they're not up at
Yeah.
60, right?
Yeah. And that's interesting because that's a bit of a difference than I suppose what you would have done before. But you've got the ship
Very.
moving slightly, and you've got the sounds of everything. And you can see, all of you who are on this bridge, you can see through your sort of display, right? It looks like, because this ship has like this massive balcony, right, and this huge, beautiful windows, but they're actually sort of display that sort of mimics windows, if that makes any sense, because windows are not safe on a ship in space. But you've got this like beautiful sort of it's like a display, right? Huge display window, and you can see the stars, and you can see the gas giant, and this everything is beautiful in this space. And as the engine itself starts to rumble, all the sounds of space disappear as you are enveloped in this sort of globe of energy, and you are in jump space, and it is silent.
I imagine for Terica, it's like, you know, after you've been moving and then you stop and you lie down and you can just hear your heartbeat like reverberating through your body. Like that's what that moment feels like for them. It's just
Jump space is another world, and time passes differently in here, and you're in this spot. And of course, you have to have the alarm to let people know when you'll jump out of space, because you never really know. And that's the thing about going into jump space. You never know if you'll actually ever exit, or when you'll exit, or where you'll exit. If everything is routine, it'll be about a week or so, and you'll just come out exactly where you've plotted. And normally that's the case, but you've always heard those stories about someone who planned wrong, or the engine goes wrong, something happens, and all of a sudden you have no idea where you are. But if everything goes well, this will be a week where you can do your work and everything will be relaxing, and there should be no problems at all. And in this second, with each of you in that kind of cocoon bubble of jump space, where you can be looking forward to a week of studying and peace and quiet and healing, perhaps, and bonding, and everything will be fine. You hear a beep.
Terica will
Comms beep.
immediately scan all of everything. How are we getting comms?
It's a comms beep from inside of the ship. Beep.
The
It's
call
coming
came from inside the gambler.
It's
Terica
coming from
is
inside
like
the ship.
so chill, and then the beep happens and they like jump and then they slam their hand down on the comms to activate them and they say, "What?"
So I assume we've gotten to jump space. I'm wondering when I'm going to be getting my lunch. And what exactly is the entertainment for this week in jump space? I would like also a very nice, I'm thinking, an Assis brandy.
Terica's
delivered
turning
to
off
my
comms.
room.
Yeah, I guess Val would still be there to with this.
Yes.
Val just stands up and I've got this. All right.
You know, it's really a shame we don't have those wild animals again. That's how we got rid of the last situation like this that arose.
But I'd give you
Terica will just look at-
75,000 reasons why this one's better.
I get it. I get it. I mean, we listen, we have an entire like area filled with those carnivorous animals. I'm just saying, like, anybody could accidentally fall.
Before Val can leave, Terica's gonna like grab their arm and just say, grab his arm and say, "Thanks. I'm gonna go sleep for a little while. If you could." And then they'll just like hold out their arm for the shot.
You want to dream?
No.
He cues it up and he's actually going to put something in it that is let me see, I'll give you the exact word for it if I can find it. It's that it's like anti-PTSD medication. You know what I'm talking about? It's the
Oh,
yeah, it's I somebody will know the name of it in chat, I think. If not, I'll find it in my other uh breakdown, but it's a sedative basically. You know, only it deals specifically with, you know, um mental health. So
nice. I imagine it takes a little bit to kick in so they can like get to their cabin safely and
Just immediate.
all right, great. Bye guys. Perfect.
Whoa.
I love passing out on the bridge. Thank you.
and just a little bit of flavor is the doc will stop by the med bay and get his finest bottle of brandy, which is just chef's kiss. And he would go to Ayres's stateroom and have his two finest crystal glasses for said drink. And he would just say, I'm sure the steward was injured in the attack, but he'll be up and around. But I don't know if you were doing anything. I came by with this.
Oh, and he invites you into the stateroom, and of course, the rooms on the Gambler are so gorgeous, right? And he's sort of like spread out. And as he sort of invites you in, that is where we will take our break. We will be in our break in this moment as our ship is in jump space. And in space, jump space, no one can hear you scream, I suppose. Where you are there for the
Excellent.
moment. And we have some drinks. We have some crew members, we have some passengers, and we have a lack of dreams. That said, I want to make sure that before
Episode
we go to
title.
break, I want to make sure that here, this is it. I want to see if we have anything to read out before we go to break. And by the way, when we go to break, everyone has to stretch their legs because that's very important, and also hydrate, which is also important. Let me make sure we don't have anything pulling it right up. We do. I want to say right now, I want to give some love. We got 2 tips in this first half. Drathier tipped $20. Thank you, Drathier, very, very much. It is all of your support is always appreciated. And we got a $20 tip from Rissa, who is our mod, who says, there's a new set of sheriffs in town. And that tip, thank you, is for our sheriffs with some limited permission for violence within the Mardukian system from the person who speaks for all the Mardukian people.
We just
Yay,
need to get those
violence!
everywhere we go, and we'll be in great shape.
Hey guys, we could start with him.
Perhaps. Everyone, thank you very much. We will be back in 10 minutes. If you would, for me, just give them good thoughts that this week will not involve any murder of passengers.
Yeah,
One.
any murder by us.
And we will be right back, everyone. We will be right back. Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome back to the second part of our show tonight. I've got my notes, and I am so excited to be here with everybody, and I'm very excited for um, one of the. All right, players, you don't have to listen. Hey, audience. So here's the thing about Traveler I think is really interesting. So Traveler's like go, action, go, whatever. Maybe not, maybe it is. I don't know. But in Traveler, whenever they jump, it's a week, give or take a couple hours here and there, when they're all stuck inside this ship together. And one, what I love about that is what that means. Like, we learn things about characters, right? There's like really cool role play opportunities. It's this thing becomes routine or it doesn't. But also, what's very exciting to me is that right now they've got a bunch of passengers. So they're not just going to be chill, hanging out by themselves, just enjoying themselves, doing their training. They've got passengers. And what's so awesome about Traveler is that those passengers are always there, ready for excitement in the best possible ways. They're just like presents. Do you know what I mean? They're presents. And I love that about this system. The multiple ways in which presents can come to you. So I am
Oh my
very
gosh, if
excited
anyone
for that.
socks this bridge, there will be murder.
So let us come back to our crew, all of whom are on this ship and in jump space on their way to Thebes. Thebes is a planet. Oh, I think I can probably show our audience what we are looking at in case they are so interested in doing so. So right now, our crew. This here is a Marduk right here, dear audience, and in this place, Ogma is where all those raiders are coming from, and they have a jump to ship, so they can do 2 parsecs a jump. And they're going to head right over to Thebes, which is right there. And Thebes is a planet that. How do you say? So right next to Thebes is this planet called Noricum, and if you notice, it has a Class D space station, which is not great. And that was the home planet for the Sindalian Empire, and that planet's not doing well now. If many of the planets are not doing well, the collapse of that empire way back when, Noricum's really not doing well because that's where a lot of the bombing happened. That's not a planet people like to hang out at. Generally speaking, it's not great. That's where all those nobles had their big center of that empire, including Terika's family probably had an important space there at one point, but that planet's not doing well. Thebes was right next to Noricum, also not doing super well in the aftermath of that war centuries ago. Is bombed pretty badly, and it is now pretty wild as a planet, is what they say. But that is where they're headed. They are theoretically on their way there. But, dearest audience, now, I should also say, the message they got from the princess was that there were an attack, that some raiders showed up and attacked this little cluster here of Torpol and Clark, and then just sort of jumped away and disappeared.
We have
And
some possible new friends to be made, and new friends to be made.
so this is like sort of like a note that raiding is a bit of a problem, but some raiders apparently came in and attacked those places, and Drinax is like, see if you can find out about that when you have some time, and maybe find those raiders and then capture them, turn them over, and we can get allies and get some planets on our side. And of course, Torpil and Clark are very close to Drinax, so would not be a bad thing to start shoring up that base of support. But that is where our tagonists find themselves as they are traveling on their way with a ship that is still not in full repair, on their way towards Thebes. And before I say any more, I will turn it over to you to ask, what all are you up to as you have this time? And I will note, William Pike, who is in basic passage, needs to do some work for his passage, right? I mean, he's paying you, but part of basic passage is that you also do a little bit of work, and so he would be asked to be put to work as
Was
part of his pay.
was he the latex man?
No, the latex
Oh.
man would love to sell you some latex if.
Want that?
So
But
nice.
Captain, I am an expert in the latex. And I can also do custom. I can use the
Mr.
tailor.
What's your name again?
It's, Rambo is my last name. You could
Well,
call me
yes,
that.
Mr.
Marcel.
Rambo.
Yes.
I am confident that your latex is very nice and stretchy and non-breathable. But I just have met my latex quota for the past several years. But you know who I think might be really interested? I think that there either if there's I don't know if you've seen a very regal looking sort around who has a very sour face. I've heard him frequently saying that he's been looking for the perfect latex suit, just a perfect fit. But it's between and the Harlock will lean in between you and me. He's a little shy about it, He's mentioned it to me because we're so close. We go so far back. It's as if we both are sometimes the captain of this ship, and he entrusted with me that he's just in desperate want of a very fine latex suit, but he's just a little nervous because it's not something he's really worn before. So,
Is
I
it that
perhaps
fellow with the mustache?
yes. Well, perhaps over the course of this week, you could try and get his sizing without him really being as privy to what I trust your abilities. You are a professional after all.
Well, all right, I can do this. But before I begin, I need to know a few things, very important things.
Yes.
This fellow, your second in
Severance.
command.
Yes.
Yes. Colors?
You may not expect it by looking at him, but he's very into very vibrant colors. I don't know if you've ever seen. Are you familiar with the neon spectrums?
Oh, yes. It's difficult to do, but I can do this. No problem.
Yes.
Neon?
Yes.
Sort of like a Varga. They like the very bright, vibrant.
Yes. He spent some time there and really embraced the culture of vibrant, just eye-piercing colors.
Good. This is a special surprise. Let me ask
Yes, in
another
fact,
question.
I would be. This is so important to him and to me as a friend that I,
Of course.
out of my own pocket, will pay you for this. It's
Ah.
something that I just feel like he deserves more than anyone else.
I think this giving the gift of latex is the best gift you can give to anyone. So
Certainly
let me
makes a
ask.
statement.
Yes. I must ask. You have know his dreams and his desires, his passions. How much skin would he like to have showing?
There's a delicate balance between too much and not enough. And seeing your very fine style as it is, I think you would be able to strike just the right balance.
Okay, perhaps something like short shorts, but like a jacket with long sleeves.
Yes. Yes, you practically read my mind.
Yes, I like this. And also, last question: would you like perhaps also a peck window? There's a
I
peck.
I practically don't even have to speak. Your reputation does precede you.
It is one of those things. Peck window is very popular, especially with
Yes.
warriors, to have just
Oh,
like
yes.
parts of body exposed to danger when you are big warriors, very big, peck window good.
Yes, yes.
Thick
Well,
or
and to
thin?
to show off how big of a heart he has.
I like it. Thick or thin latex?
Hmm. Do you have anything in the medium-ish range?
Of course, of course. Excellent. I'll make some straps, some buckles, big
Oh,
sleeves, peck
yes.
window. Yes, yes. And for versatility, I can make chaps as well if it's
Oh,
cold.
that just chef's kiss to you.
Thank you. I will make this. I will pay attention to him the rest this week, and first few days I can make this, and then I will work on this. And perfect, Captain. It is appreciated.
You are truly an artist.
Yes, I do try. I will say this. I have given latex outfits to nobility
Well,
of various
as it turns
sorts.
out, he is a baron, so you will be continuing with your high quality of clientele.
Oh, if he is a baron, that means there must be no butt in the chaps. Nobility like to show their ass.
Yes, I
This
have
I will make
noticed this.
sure.
I'm glad you picked up on that. I was afraid to say anything, but
Oh no no! I know nobility. They always show their ass.
yes, no,
Also, large
that sounds
corporate people.
exactly like something he would do.
I've got this. I've got this. Thank you, Captain. And I'm looking forward to dinner.
Yes, absolutely. After this, the Harlock would just kind of like veer back over onto the bridge where I'm assuming everyone else is.
Yes.
They wouldn't know, but the Harlock has a strange look of pleasure on her face. Just as much as you probably would ever see from her.
I think if they had been together maybe another month, this is when Val would say, "What did you do?" But he won't now because they haven't been together long.
Yeah. Oh.
Although you've known each other for a very long time, y'all.
Yeah.
You have known each other for a while.
Yes.
He just
So
thinks it.
and then as a response, just wait a week. Also, hope you're not squeamish.
Yeah, the response would be the same. Wait a week. I hope you're not squeamish. You would just hear a childlike giggle in your head.
I think Terica's gonna see like just the looks between you two and be like,
Yes, so that was Tarek, as always, that was an incredible jump.
yes, well, the gambler makes it easy. She simply breathes the world of space.
Indeed. So you may remember, although so much happened during that meeting, one of the things was that we got a disc, and I took the opportunity to listen to it. It was synced to my thumbprint. As it turns out, our good princess, and a little bit lowering the voice, and this time Harlock would make sure nobody else is in the bridge area.
When Terica sees you like do that, they'll shut the doors.
Yeah, and until further notice, Trooper, Sue is monitoring every passenger.
Excellent.
Because Sue's been monitoring everybody anyway. So
yeah.
Just keeping, yeah.
Let me ask what you've done with William Pike, who needs to do a little bit of work.
Oh, wait, yeah, no, he's the one who wants to work,
Yeah.
not the one who needs a
He's
show.
basic passage.
The best thing for, I mean, this is my opinion right here. The best thing for him to do where he doesn't F around with the trap or the gambler itself is shit shoveling.
I was gonna say, yeah, feed the grebes or brush the grebes. I'm sure they need to be brushed or whatever.
Because everybody that has them are sleeping. So we need somebody to attend.
I think when Terica woke up from their nap, that was the first thing they checked on was like, are the Greaves eating anything? Like,
Anyone.
are they like first off, are they okay? But first off, is the gambler okay? But secondly, are they okay? And then like third is everybody else okay? Like that was the hierarchy of like order.
I imagine with this one guy looking for work, hands like has this bucket of probably just entrails and stuff like that, and then really thick gloves, bucket. Try not to get bit.
Now, while you're on the bridge about to have this wonderful RP conversation, I just want you to know in the background, down below in the cargo quarter, there is this passenger who's taken basic, which is much cheaper, and he has got this bucket of entrails and these thick, heavy gloves, and he walks up to these things that look like they could be herbivores. You know, they sort of look like deer with sort of giraffe necks, and they're furry and they're so cute looking. You know, they're adorable. And he walks up towards, and he throws out this bucket of like entrails, and the cute, most adorable little grebes flash their fangs, and they all sort of they all just fall upon these entrails. And
I imagine it's one of those situations where like they look like they have the little mouth, but then they open their mouth and it actually goes like all the way back, and there's all these like rows of teeth just like
yes. They're the most adorable. And then you're like, oh, that's right, they're carnivores and they like to eat meat. And there's just like a nice adorable feeding frenzy down in the cargo hold.
Good.
Nom nom.
I turn it back.
Yeah,
to
so I got a message from dear princess. Evidently, this Ogma experience we just had was not the only raid that happened recently. Turns out, on Torpal and Clark, was it?
Yep.
There was a raid that hit Torpal and Clark, and whilst one of them overtly asked for help, it seems that were we to bring those responsible back, we may earn a few alliance points, as it were.
That's good. We're going to circle back that way anyway. Is there a time limit that they gave us? I'm assuming sooner is better, but this is space travel, so.
Yes, well, I would imagine sooner is better, but I feel that if these raiders are short-sighted enough to raid again within the time it would take us to get back over there, it would not be beneficial to them. So I imagine we have a little bit of time before anything like that might happen.
Should work then.
Even better
The
if we
Harlock is
catch them.
correct. The Harlock is correct strategically. If they're good raiders, they would hit, and then they would sort of like chill.
Lila. Well, because also if they just hit there, there's not going to be anything else to take. If they go right back, hey,
No one's going to go there.
Anybody got anything else? You been holding out
good-
on us?
Right. The good news is too, if we go back, in a couple weeks, that's when they're going to be getting hungry and they're going to feel relaxed that they got away with it. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm. Even better.
Yeah. So
He's in the engine room, by the way, because because while you're flying, he tries to make sure everything is like good and safe, right? This way, because the engine room's on a different floor, so if something happens down there, he's already there, so he's down there. Kareen wanders a bit. You might call it just making sure that passengers just don't go wandering around. But I will note, your ship is very small, so those passengers that are awake and not in low berth are around.
We have three of them, right? We have
You do.
Captain Latex, our shit shoveler, and
you're
Ayers,
welcome,
right?
Myth.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct. And they are very excited, and everybody else is in low berth, right? So if I'm remembering correctly, and I think I can pull us over here for a moment. So because we might as well get our logistics down, just so we know, right? We have got. Let's see. So here's our ship. This is all the spaces where you can sleep. You probably have. So you have basically 3 rooms, right? You have three rooms, and I imagine, well, that nice big huge wonderful stateroom, that one is going for Ayers. Ayers is going to be taking that one, obviously. You'll have to have a free room open then for Captain Latex, and I suppose that 3rd room is going into Helper.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's 2 rooms
Makes
downstairs,
sense.
so
Yeah. Now, I will note that you could probably have packed up that room a little bit better, but at the moment, Evan is unconscious, so you've got that space.
Trooper, technically, one of those rooms we could pack up with the entire family, couldn't we? Because aren't they like bunk beds in the
The family's in low birth, though.
Oh, that's right. They don't have to have any of these staterooms, do they? No.
Nope, because
they
they're
don't get a
unconscious.
room.
No, they get a pod. They get a pod. Is what
They get zipped up into a pod, just nicely zipped up.
Yes,
We're good
that
then.
is correct. Yes,
We actually have
Here's
just
those
as much
caterpillar
room as what we're
sleeping
supposed to
bags.
have.
Now, I will note that you could probably pack in another, like the guy, William Pike, who's going basic, he could have a roommate. You do not currently have one for him, but he could definitely have a roommate.
Cool.
Well, good news for him. If Evan wakes up, he'll have company.
I hope Evan is
Yeah.
okay.
I bet if he wakes up during this week, not just full
yeah.
stop.
I mean, it's gonna take, bed rest is gonna take a little bit of time, but yeah. I just wanted to let you all have that. Now, people are going to expect dinner.
Trooper, may I?
Yes, please.
Because I have a lot of drugs, Trooper. A ton of them.
That's first off shocking.
And Val does
Great way to
too.
start the story.
Greg has a lot of drugs. Val has a lot of drugs. Together, we can
Rule the world.
right. If I were to administer to Evan, what is it? Isn't it the fast drug that allows him to heal much quicker? Isn't that how that works?
So yes.
I apologize to everybody because it's either fast or slow. I have them both. So one of them allows like a week's worth of healing within a day. And I'm pretty sure that's either fast or slow. I can't remember.
That sounds
one it
fast to me, but I don't.
Yeah, that's the thing. You would think it does, but it's actually like the
It's about
flip.
your metabolism, right?
Right. I'll figure out which one it is, but let's just say whatever one it is, I administer that to Evan. Would that give him the ability to? He should be up in a day or two with that, if I'm correct. Okay.
I mean, he's been injured, but he's not been so injured that he could certainly get through that in about a day or two. Absolutely, but you'd have to use that
Fantastic.
drug. Yeah, I'm looking at your drugs right now. It's not fast. It's neither fast nor slow. It's
It should be one of them.
It's not poison. Oh, you know what? I was looking at metabolism. I'm looking at drugs. Hello, drugs. Where are you?
Drugs
Fast
are the
drug?
best, and they have their own section.
They
I like
do
you said,
have their
say
own
it.
section.
It's not poison.
No,
Let's not
that's
give
the
him
right
that.
word.
We've already tried to kill him once. We don't need to. No repeats necessary.
Okay, it's the slow drug. The metabolism's around 30 times normal, allowing a patient to undergo a month of healing in a single day.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes.
All right.
Using this drug outside of a hospital or sick bay is messy and a painful way to commit suicide. The user will
Right.
cook their internal organs and suffer massive brain damage.
Hey.
Oh my god.
Yes.
So
Now, my
violent.
understanding is that you don't actually have a full med bay yet because you need to do the retrofitting, which is going to cost you money. You have a sort of makeshift. So I feel like that would probably not be a good idea.
Okay.
You don't have full equipment.
So I can use the fast drug then. Fast drug is normally used to prolong. Oh, no, that's just the one that suspends them. Okay, shit. All right, never mind.
That is correct.
Glad I wasted everyone's time.
I
No, you didn't.
like where you were headed though, because
But I
then
will
we would have
note-
not had to steward.
But I will note this. That is just a way to encourage you to get a couple million credits. You can get a full-on, for real medbay in this ship. Like, you have some exciting upgrades that you can do to make the ship super exciting. Just gonna note it. That's all. Just gonna note, if you could, like, steal money from ships that you pirate, that would be a good way to do it. You got
We
a lot of things to
steal
do.
like med bay things from them too. Just like if we waltz in there and be like, "Oh, this would look good on our ship. Let's just go ahead."
I mean,
Well,
that's literally what I did last time. So, like, I
See, we could have a new med bay in no time. on
Mhm,
someone else's dime.
Yeah.
mhm.
So next time I'll just look for medbay stuff. That's what
You'll
I'm
need to
hearing
do
out of
some.
this. It's like pull
That's what I'm
scrap,
hearing
pull
too.
some medbay.
Yes, I will just. Those things are all possible. Um,
Technically, it's all just salvage. If we just get salvage, then we get a specific number of credits and ship units
yep,
to be able to put towards
yep,
anything. So
yep. So I'm just noting it, right? But and the thing is, and I think Doc, you you had a hospital that you worked at that had all of this, everything that you needed, all those sort of materials you needed, you had it. And here you have the room that your stateroom, which you've turned into sort of like a makeshift med bay as well. You don't have the cryo chambers. You don't have all that technology, the tools that you had back in your hospital in Drinax. You don't have all of that. You've got a safer place and a place you can do good work in, but it's not
I'm
like back in
Simon
your old
Tam.
hospital. Yeah, you are. You are at this moment, and you could have it, but you don't have it yet. You need more money, and it's a bit unfair. Your life, I would say,
Oh,
but
just terribly, terribly.
It's hard.
It really is.
it is hard life. Um, dinner. Unless you have, I'm going to go to dinner. Unless you have something to do before then.
Oh, this will be wild. Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah. No,
Mhm.
we should definitely put alcohol into these people.
Trooper.
Yes,
I mean, fuck it. If we're doing this and we're doing downtime stuff here, so
absolutely.
what Sue and the Doc would work on is we're going to create we're gonna have two different dining times, just like cruise ship. Okay.
Yes,
Where you
yes.
have the two different times where people can come and eat. One time is going to be for our mid and low class person, and the
Yep,
other one
yep.
is going to be for
Nice.
and we're going to
Nice.
move tables around and do
Nice.
because they can
I like that.
reconfigure. They're bolted, but they can reconfigure. And just everything. Just like violin music for when Eris
Oh,
comes in.
oh, oh.
Uh, just everything. And it would be like it wouldn't just be like violin music. It would be like a copy of like the orchestra that Val heard when he was studying abroad, and it was no one else has heard this. He was able to get a
Oh.
copy, and
I think if Terica saw you like putting all of this together, they would like procure a tablecloth. And
I bet
like
we have them
tablecloth?
here, right?
Tablecloth
Oh,
made of
yeah.
latex? Is that what I'm hearing?
This place is
Oh,
so.
yeah.
It's 5. That's 2. I'm just finding out how much Evan has recovers because
Yeah.
we've got bed rest, so that's good.
Buddy. Staying alive.
That was not a
staying
great
alive.
roll.
What
is
if
I'm
I
gonna
give him
say.
some of my luck? I know it doesn't work like that. It's okay. I just,
But what if it did? What if it did?
but what if it did? But what if?
What is Doc? What's your medical skill?
Awesome. I mean, okay, specifically,
Yes,
The
please.
best.
it's a 4.
4. That's great. Okay, I'm gonna note it down. He'll be getting basically 4 points per day until right now his endurance is 0, so he's at a -3 to that. So he would be getting 7 per day, but as long as his endurance is so low, like this day he's going to get 4, and then his endurance will get a little bit better, which means he'll be able to get a little bit more, and so you get better faster, right, as the days go on. So he should be up and about in probably 3 days.
So, Trooper, what I'm going to do here is I am going to take Val off of the education circuit. Like, he is not going to be able to study for his vac suit
Yep.
while
Yeah.
he's acting as steward in this
Yeah.
capacity. But that's the price. That's 75 credits worth of not learning about my vac suit. So
Yeah.
that's just to just to deflect, to make sure this asshole doesn't wander up on the bridge.
Yeah.
First
You
off,
know.
I appreciate you. Secondly,
Um,
Terica's going to be working on maneuverability again.
So you're working on maneuverability. That's great. So what's piloting maneuver drive?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. What about you, the Harlock? What are you working on?
I think Is it possible?
Mhm.
Is it possible to work on some of the psi powers to bump them a little bit, or does that have
Yes.
to be a specific education
No,
thing?
you can work on it. You just have to like I mean, you have to tell me how you're imagine you're practicing, right? You have to decide what you
Yeah.
want, what skill you want to work on, and then absolutely.
Okay. Cool. Um, I'm
You
dying.
need a
Sorry.
montage is what's going to have to happen.
Yeah. So I think I really want to work on clairvoyance. Well, the clairs, the
Yeah, yeah.
clairs as a general. But I would imagine so being in just her room, you would kind of see sitting there, eyes closed, doing the floaty lotus position,
Yeah.
and then it would be as if you were watching the show of it. You'd see some, like kind of like a weird filter come over the camera a little bit, and then you'd see it like kind of walk out of the room, walk down the hall, kind of look to the right, see Severance doing whatever Severance is doing, walk a little bit further, look to the left, see the our Captain Latex furiously scribbling away, and you can see like kind of a chuckle bounce there. And then kind of moving through the ship and just checking on what everybody's doing, and just like kind of peeking, going down and looking at the Greaves, going down and looking at the and the engine room, and then during the midst of this week of practicing, you'd see kind of like a little bit more of it like spreading a little bit wider and wider, and like trying to spread beyond the ship, and even because it's, I would imagine, much harder to do in jump space.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's kind of like the idea of, wearing leg weights while you're running to
Yeah.
try and
Yeah.
help boost it
Yeah.
in non-leg weight land.
So I'm going to need something from everybody else in this case.
Roll for privacy.
No.
Oh.
We'll start with Tarika. Tarika, at
Mhm.
some point in time throughout this week, the Harlock is going to peep in on you psychically to see what you're doing. This is practice for the Harlock. So I would like you to give me a description of some point in time in this week where the Harlock's sort of clairvoyant vision would have found you and what you would have been doing in that moment.
I think that Tarika would have been they probably would have been in their bunk. This would have been when they were like learning more about how to maneuver, and they're specifically wanting to learn about like when you're scooping, when you're like getting the necessary fuel, right? So their feet would be like propped up on like, you know how like the bunks are and you have walls on either sides. Their
Yes.
feet would be like propped up on like one of those walls, and they'd have the data pad over their head as they're like reading through this. And as they are going, it would just be like kind of quiet, but then there would probably be like those moments like, oh, it makes so much sense. Of course, you reverse the atoms. Then you can just sweep them into the cast without having to worry about whether or not they're going to collide. And then you see them like swipe to the next like page, or like make a note of like, oh, okay, I need to circle back. I don't quite understand why turning the rudder to the left when I'm trying to shift right and scoop is going to make this more efficient. Like there's a piece there that I'm going to figure out, but I don't quite have it yet. And like mostly they're calm, but I think depending on how deep you're able to go, like there's a lot that's a lot calmer for them now, especially with the drugs that Val gave them. And like the moment that Val and Terrica were able to have on the bridge where they were able to just vent about everything, right? But I think underneath all of that, there's like this quiet, dark layer of turmoil. I don't know if you've ever seen Two Rivers, like when they intermingle, and you can see like that dark layer under like on one side and the lighter water on the other side. So like there's all of the light water of like learning about maneuverability drive and feeling better, and like underneath that there's still like this like chunk of wavy darkness that for now is quieter.
And I imagine as you're peeping, right, you see at some point Kareen, and Kareen is dressed nicely, but is walking through the cargo hold, is walking around the ship. And at one point, they sort of stop and they look out one of the sort of portholes, which is not actually a real porthole. It's like it's a display that looks like a porthole because you don't want to have structural weaknesses right in your ship, but sort of looks out into like the nothingness of jump space, the bright lights, and kind of just sort of thinks about it and goes back right to sort of wandering. And maybe you see her sort of sit down on one of these crates and practice throwing her dagger at one of these crates for target practice, and then sort of moving on. Imagine also your mind goes to see our Doc Val. Where might within this week Harlock's eye find you? What would you be doing?
I tell you what, if you've got your dice out, Fox,
Yes. Oh, yes.
Do I ever?
why don't you roll and tell me, we'll just say on a 5 or 6.
Okay.
Tell me if you...
It's a 1.
Then you would see the Doc as he is probably tending to Evan. Just checking vitals, checking movement, as Evan's starting to come to, no longer in the need for like having, kind of like a medically induced state of rest or coma type, so everything now is just, him testing him, keeping his spirits up.
And I think Evan would be like, just like trying to like get yourself and like maneuvering your tail so it doesn't feel uncomfortable and just trying to like,
And Val's right there helping. So like, as as he would come, like kind of do the scoop under and lift, to move the tail out and everything. And just sitting with him anytime that, you would check in on not a 5 or 6, you would see him sitting by Evan or working with heirs or, something like that.
Okay.
And I think your eye goes back out and you would see Wesley, and you probably see Wesley in the engine room. And Wesley has got, his wrench over his shoulder, and he's got his data pad up, and he's looking at the engine, but then he's looking at the data pad, and the data pad, it looks like it's one of the serials, right? He's reading his Captain Crash Cart serials, and you can see him practicing, right? He's sort of practicing standing cool, right? Practicing kind of like leaning, and then like you can see him trying to like figure out how to stand to sort of seem cool. And it's like reading this book, thinking about it, how to present himself, making sure the engine's fine. Then he pulls out a small flyer and he looks at it and he puts it back into his pocket. And you can see him kind of like daydreaming a little bit.
Okay.
Doc, can I get you to make a roll for me?
Sure.
I need you to make a steward roll. You can base it on social standing, but you're going to get a
Oh,
bonus
God.
die. You'll get a boon die
Okay.
because you've brought out all the good money for this one.
Okay, so I get to roll what you said with a boon.
Yes, please.
And I'm sorry, you said what type of steward role?
I would say social standing.
Social. Okie dokie. Don't get any bonuses. Wait, now you said I get a boon, but no bonuses. Here we go.
A 6. Do you want to hit an
Spend
8
two
with
luck.
some luck?
Yeah.
Mhm. You could. I'm going to tell you this. You are going to get a learning unit for this week, but it will be in steward.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Also, because you just made it, Ayers thinks you're quite fine as a steward.
Can I spend 2 more
Which
luck?
means that he wants to hang out with you, and he's
That's what I mean.
very excited about taking up your time.
Oh.
I don't mean I don't mind that at all. To be very honest, Val doesn't dislike him.
Yeah,
Just to full disclosure. Can I spend 2 more luck and have him think of me? He might think of me as a fine steward, but could he think of me as a fine gentleman or a fine friend or a fine somebody that shares similar interests and social standing, somebody that he respects their when they share knowledge, as opposed to somebody that he dictates wants and
Yes.
needs from.
How that will be interpreted by him, we will see. But it will be that he enjoys your company, and finds you interesting, in which means that there may be conversations he would like to have with you at some point, probably
Right.
sometime soon, as it were. Right? We can think of him. He's sort of moving into sort of contact space for you.
I was going to say, AP said it right in chat. Yeah, this is an attempt to make a contact or an ally.
This also means that when Evan is up and about, he's not really interested in Evan.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine.
So, dinner. Tables are set. You are all here.
This
for dinner.
the first dinner or the second dinner?
Which one would you like it to be?
Probably would be most interesting with the not just the one, not just Val's new best friend, but
I can handle that one. That's fine.
So we have seated. Now, here's my question. You're going to have to make some space, right? So you're going to have, I imagine, Kareen will be there. Wesley will be there. Evan won't be there yet if it's day 2. We'll have the crew, all of y'all. Jaeger will not be there yet because he's too special to have dinner with everybody else. He'll be lounging and reading. But also there will be Marcel and also William Blake, who has been working on helping take care of the Grebes and cleaning, basically. I imagine he's doing a lot of cleaning, right? Like just mopping and shining and all of that. And so you have this sort of dinner. I am going to need, if this is day 2, Evan is not up yet. So I just need a steward role for somebody to make a good dinner.
We have the auto chef.
Yes.
oh, thank God.
And so, good, right? So we're going to get a good meal. And you're all seated. And Marcel is sort of leaning over to Tarika. Now, I would just say that if you have thought about a nice latex suit, I can make one for you.
Thank you. Perhaps not a suit, but I could use some gloves. Could you Do you proportion? Can you
Oh,
just
of
do a
course.
part?
Yes,
Oh,
you tell me what kind of gloves you like. I can make them for you. I can make them very thick. I can make them thin, slick, whatever you want. I can make them for you.
oh, well, I would like. Well, ultimately, I'll be using them for repairs, so I need something that's going to be durable.
Oh,
Likely on the thicker end. I would like some red on them, just a little touch of red. Stripes along the fingers,
oh,
just
yes, yes,
sliding all
yes.
the way down. Yes,
Mm,
and then
mm, mm, mm.
if we could, is it possible to make the fingertips so that I can continue to use the data pad? Right now, I have to pull my
Oh,
gloves off, use it, and
yes.
it's quite an ordeal.
Oh, no, yes, of course. I can do this, no problem. And he takes all these notes. Yes. Also, would you how far up the arm would you like it to extend?
Probably we should probably go fairly high, so that I can make sure and just I just want to make sure that like if I need to, I can slide my sleeves into them and hold everything down while I'm working,
I think the Harlock would be eating and not like turn to look, but just kind of shoot over to Terica. Terica, don't be shy. Go ahead and get a full suit.
I think Terica would turn like bright red and then they would like drop all of their color and they would turn and look at the Harlock and say, I am getting what I want.
Yes, well, you would be, and the Harlock turns to look, you would be fully protected, your entire self from any possible electric discharge, and our fine latex connoisseur over here, from what I understand, also can do specializing in, if per se you wanted to have a chest window, or if you wanted to have your um, ass fully exposed, you could do that. I'm sure you could do just an elbow if you'd like, maybe even just an
Uh,
ear. Really, that's up to you. But
I know quite a few people who appreciate that.
I
if you would be
I
interested,
heard that
I,
it's in
I
higher
will
fashion.
say, think about this. I could do a very long sort of glove, but with exposed elbow.
Little breathing in there. Let it
I
breathe.
mean, it's very unique. And I do hate to be so uncouth as to discuss price, but as it happens, I have come upon some challenges lately. How much might we be looking at for these gloves?
Ugh,
Uh,
I would
Val
not
will walk
worry.
by. Val will walk by and say, "I'll pay for it."
The- so, would you like
Val,
the elbow window? An elbow is a very sort of seductive but mysterious, and just a peek out of the elbow says much about someone's je ne sais quoi.
Uh, well, yes. Plus, then as I shift and move, I'll have a little bit more dynamic movement. That would be lovely. Thank you, Val.
Yes, elbow.
You're welcome.
Val, you better
Please
keep your
don't.
eyes off those elbows.
What?
Oh, ooh. By the way, the doctor, would he like something? I can make something for him. I can make a latex,
No, I think
latex
I'm good.
scrubs, a latex doctor coat, a
Oh,
white
yes.
latex doctor's coat.
Oh, that could be very, very
Very
I
stylish.
fashionable.
It all sounds wonderful. I tell you, let's speak after you finished everyone else's orders, and if we have time, sure, I will absolutely entertain the thought of getting something in latex.
Ah, excellent.
I will
And
prepare for dinner number 2. I'll be back.
and
Val's like, oh, we're talking about latex suits. Okay, well, you know what? I'm pretty busy.
and now William Pike is sort of eating. He's exhausted. He's just exhausted. And there's just like like a couple little scars, little cuts he had. The grebes can be that way. Little flecks of blood from the feeding from earlier. And he goes, "Phew. So, what all do you do?"
Oh, William, you still have all of your digits?
I do. Kept all the tips of my fingers. Um,
Uh,
Wonderful.
Terica will hand him their handkerchief, which is a new cleaned handkerchief from the one that they used for spit wiping earlier.
Oh, thank you.
You have a little blood.
It's just
Just
slightly.
right. Yeah, it's
I
kind of all over
pilot.
the place.
Oh, oh yeah. Sorry. Okay, better.
Well, hopefully it wasn't yours.
I think most of it wasn't. So what all do you do? You're not a far trader, right? I mean, your hold seemed kind of small for that.
Well, it's funny you should ask. We actually do a lot of dabbling in various different endeavors. You see, we specialize.
Yes.
Oh.
So specialized. We endeavor to find ideal clients. It just so happens this last port ran into some difficulties.
Oh yeah, that was terrible. I have to tell you,
Yes.
when all those raiders came, it was frightening.
I imagine it was. Yes, yes. And you tell us about you. What is it that you do or plan to do when you land?
Oh well, I'm going to have to go. I mean, call my insurance company, see if I can get replacements for the ship. Deal with the company that I leased the ship through. It wasn't a big. It was like it's a pretty good free
Mhm.
trader. I mean, I had it for a while. I'll have to deal with, see if I can get insurance for the. I
Oh, was
lost
it
a
a
lot.
total loss?
If you try and frame it up from the perspective of it was an act of God outside of your control, sometimes I've heard that works.
Yes, raiding I
Yeah,
think does qualify as an act of God.
the only problem is GeDeCo doesn't normally go pay out for raiders.
Yeah.
I had
Oh,
my
did
ship
you?
through them.
Oh, yes. That's tricky because they're awful.
What kind of
I
ship
mean,
was it?
oh, it was a nice far trader. I called it Beowulf. It's nice.
Ah, had you had it for some time?
7 years.
Long enough to know it then.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, if I can't get anything going, I suppose I'll just have to. I don't know. Maybe I can. I mean, what do you do after you lose everything?
I don't know. This?
Doesn't seem like you lost anything. This is amazing.
Well, when it feels like you've lost everything, you look around and you see what parts of yourself you still have, what parts you may be missing, and then you take a step forward, and then you take another one, and eventually you find yourself somewhere else.
I suppose that's true.
Friends
Well,
help.
hmm?
Friends help. I mean, if you have anyone that you know well, they might be good to reach out to.
Maybe.
Yes, did you have a crew or anything?
Well, um, that was a bit tricky. I My ship was pretty small. I only had like 2, 3 other people, and they got on a different ship. They got
Oh,
jobs on a different ship.
Wait, what did you do on your far trader?
that's pretty rude.
Not much. I mean, we had a pretty bare bones crew. We would just go and trade as best we could, freight here and there, sometimes a little bit of speculative trade. But oh, you mean what I did
Hmm.
personally? Oh,
Yes.
well, I was I like to think I was pretty decent. I was a gunner, and I did sort of that's the most thing I did. But on the side, I would do sort of repair, maintenance. Um,
Terica's gonna look over at the Harlock like,
So a gunner, you say, plus repair and maintenance, and clearly you're not afraid to get a little blood on your hands.
no, I mean I was also of got some contacts here or there. I mean, that's mostly why they think they kept me. I mean, I was in the Navy, Imperial Navy, but I didn't want to be in Imperial space anymore. But so I have some contacts here and there, and they would use me for that. But um, when the ship got damaged, they said they just didn't need me anymore.
Hmm. Well, that seems to be their loss.
I suppose.
Let me ask you this.
Hmm?
What are your plans from here? I mean, yes, filling out insurance papers and all that, but what are your plans from here?
Well, I figured we can get to some place that's not so backwoods, and maybe I can see if people are hiring.
And Hawk would kind of, I imagine table seating wise, Harlock, Terica, this new friend, so would kind of lean across, so leaning in front of Terica, like up on the table. Let me ask you this. William, you said it was. How do you feel about violence? And kind of leans back into her seat.
Not
When
vi-
necessary, of course. Like, for example, let's say you were being attacked again, but you had the capacity on your ship to fight back. And then once you fought back, let's say you won, and let's say you had to board the other ship, and let's say you took a look around. How would you feel about that? Just a peek.
Why would we have to board the other ship?
This is space. Lots of things can happen.
Okay.
What if they had things that didn't technically, in the bigger picture, belong to them? And by the bigger picture, I mean the future.
And Marcel is listening intently to this conversation. Marcel thinks this is fascinating. And he's like, well, when it comes to violence, I mean, I'm a gunner. So if we're in a space
That's
battle,
true,
I would
yes.
shoot down the enemy.
Mm.
I wouldn't. I mean, it kind of depends. I mean, if they were pirates and they attacked us and we defended ourselves, you'd be within all rights to salvage that. That's
All right, you
100% true.
say. Yes. Yes, that's interesting that you say it in that particular manner. Are you
Terica
trustworthy?
Terica would see Marcel like starting to like connect and listen to this conversation, and they would swivel and start asking a bunch of questions about the gloves and engage him away in a different piece. Not that we need to RP that, more that they would just read the room, see what's happening, and be like, no, let's talk about my gloves, shall we?
Latex.
Latex.
And Marcel's like, oh. And he's like, well, he's like, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to go and attack innocent ships or anything like that. I mean, you have to, but I mean, I suppose if there were like a derelict ship, something like that, that wouldn't be bad.
William, let me ask you this. What do you stand for? I'm wanting to get to know you more as a person.
Oh, well, I suppose I stand for silly, but freedom.
Freedom.
I mean, being able to make your own way. Yeah. Exploration, seeing new things, but without, all those regulations.
Well, I must say, I believe this may be a very fortuitous meeting.
Oh?
Well, as you can see, gestures around, we don't exactly have the largest of crews.
No.
There's only a few of us as it stands. And, we're always keeping our eyes open for hard workers who aren't afraid to get someone else's blood on their hands and who seek freedom, exploration, adventure.
But your hold's pretty small. Can't hold a lot of cargo. Doesn't seem really
Well,
cost effective.
you only need to, port small amounts when you're, making short runs.
Yeah, I suppose. Um, are you
I mean,
offering me
let
a
me ask you
job?
this. Let me ask you this. And now that Terica's kind of spun out of the way, and I imagine this is actually a question for Terica. Is Terica just leaning forward? In which case, Harlock would just kind of like lean over
Yep,
on,
yep, yep,
like
yep.
on Terica.
I think they would have done like the way I'm seeing them sitting. So like, are we basically trying to like crosstalk right now? So I
Yeah.
think they probably
Thi-
actually would have. What?
This is like one of those restaurants with the real narrow floor plans that have like
Hang
this.
on, I'm just gonna scooch it. Oop, let me just scooch on by here.
I think what Terica would have actually done is they would have like stood up and they would have slipped onto the other side of the bench and
Mhm.
just like slid into place so that there was no cross stream talking, because their whole goal is to like completely distract him away from what he's hearing.
So in that case, the Harlock would pat the seat where Terica once sat.
Oh, he sits down and goes, I mean, I don't know about you, but I think one of the most important things is doing the right thing. Trying to be honest out in space.
Indeed.
And making your own way. You know, knowing that in the end of the day, you can be proud of what you've done.
Yeah. Well, William. You know, perhaps we could work something out. Once again, as you see, we are missing certain spaces.
Yeah.
And look, I'm going to be quite frank with you. What do you know about Drinax?
That's that dead planet, right?
Well, interestingly enough, it's actually not dead. It's actually quite alive. There's all sorts of life there, but especially on the floating palace. I don't know if you're familiar.
Um, I've heard stories about it, but like nobody really lives there, right?
Well, that's where you'd be incorrect. There, in fact, are people who live there. Quite it's quite impressive, actually. And take it from me, I've been a great many places and seen a great many things. But it's unfortunately a planet who fell under the consequences of some poor choices. And there's a lot of struggle going on there. There's a lot of struggle going on in a lot of places. As I'm sure you saw, I don't know how much time you had to spend being back on Marduk, but
I really think the Empire should just come in and just take over this whole place. I mean, that would bring stability, don't you think? I mean, that whole thing
well,
that happened on Marduk with those raiders, like, that's terrible.
and you believe in the good of the Empire,
Like it being
Imperial.
stable? Absolutely. I mean, I don't want to be in the Navy anymore, but absolutely. I mean, have you seen this place? All these planets are so poor, and everybody's suffering. And if the Empire could come in, the Imperium would, I think, really help raise everybody's standard of living and just make it. Let's just bring some order to this area. There are a lot of pirates out here. There's this place could be a
Well,
much better place.
I definitely can see the vast wisdom in what you're saying. And Harlock would pull out her little data pad here. And be looking through it. When I was asking so much about your specialties and such, because I do believe I have someone who was looking for someone with just your qualifications.
Really?
Yes.
Great.
Although you know what, I believe our other crew member who has been, the one with the mustache who's been in his room quite a bit,
Yes,
actually
yes.
has the list of contacts. But yes, I believe that we all had somebody, one of our contacts that we crossed at one point, who would be looking for someone who has just your set of skills.
That would be wonderful if you could help me out. I would really appreciate it, and I would say all the best things about the gambler. That would be wonderful.
Yes, of course. Well, we live to help out.
And that's when you hear the door to the stateroom open, and Jaeger Ayers walks out and into this galley area. A little excited, as if he's got an idea, and he's looking
Uh-oh.
and he's looking for someone, probably Val, because that's who he's always looking for.
Oh, I believe our fine doctor just went over towards his quarters, if you're looking for him.
Dr. Morrissey, he just sort of calls out in the middle of the dinner, by the way, just sort of right there.
I assume Sue would probably inform.
Oh, yes.
Well, I was going to say too, the Harlock would probably get on a comm. Val, he's back.
Val's not going to answer because it's literally like 10 feet away. So Val's just going to open the door and poke his head out. Oh,
Come
Yes.
out. I have an opportunity. I just thought about it.
fantastic. Let me hear it.
And he takes space to announce to the entire group of people. And Marcel sort of stops listening and like looks here. So, and he just puts his arm around Val. I have had such a lovely time here on the Gambler. This is a ship with a crew that is
That it is.
interesting, and it seems quite capable. But more importantly, you have good manners, and I would also say, you're fun. So, I was going to do something, but instead I'm going to do something else. We're going to Thebes, and I don't know if you know what that means.
Please enlighten us.
Yeah, and Val acting like he knows what he's going to say. Val would just lean in and be like, "Tell them, my friend, tell them."
Yes. I am doing something. I have not been completely 100% forthcoming with you all. It's not really a secret, but it is a thing that I've been keeping close to my chest. I'm doing the grand tour of the Trojan Reaches. Big tour. And I'm doing it. I wanted to do it, on the rough. Not on a big space liner, but like on the sort of bohemian ships like this. And if you know, and I'm sure you do, good doctor, one thing that really makes the grand tour is a head of a Theban lion. One thing I desperately want to do is to go on safari when we get to Thebes and bag myself a Theban lion. Come back with that trophy. I've got a few other trophies I have to get along the way, of course, going all that to the Florida League and all that. But the thing is, I would like to hire you. No, not you. You're Mr. Latex Man. Oh, you. I don't know who you are. But you, this crew of the gamblers, I'd like to hire each one of you. I can do a pretty penny indeed per person to come along with me onto this safari onto Thebes and let us go capture ourselves a Theban lion.
What a fantastic idea! I believe even the gambler agrees.
Yes.
Val would hear in his head, yes, he needs us to go with him because he wouldn't survive 2 minutes.
Yes, he's also rich, is what you would hear back in your head.
I don't think I missed out on that per person price.
So,
Well,
what do you say? Shall we go safaring?
well, I must say, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, dear doctor, this fine gentleman is with us the longest. Everyone else will be dropped off by that point. So we won't, be pressed for making any locations at a certain point. So I suppose we could take a vote.
I would have to check and make sure that we are, no offense, of course, to our present company, that we aren't leaving anybody else in the lurch by not being where we need to be. But I can cross schedules, and there's a way that we can make this work. And he would like look imploringly at the Harlock. If there's a way we can make this work, this seems like such an adventure. We would look at
Yes, indeed. And I and this would be to him. I would hate to let one of our finest guests down, of course.
and
The
Val would
captain-
lean over into the ear, and when when the Harlock says one of the finest, he would say, "It's the finest, it's the."
Now, Captain, of course, I know that you're all. Listen, I know that when crews arrive on planets and all that, they have all sorts of business and whatnot to do, but I think it would be jolly good fun. We could go and run off into the wilds of Thebes, bag ourselves a lion and taxidermy it or whatever needs to be done, and just. I do have good. Do have a good rifle. Anyway, I will introduce you to some friends of mine in this stop after that, if you don't mind. Come on, it would be
Oh.
lovely fun.
Well,
No, you can't come. I don't want any latex on my safari.
well, I will say Marcel does fine work, but yes, if our schedule should allow, and gesturing to the doctor, if our schedule should allow, I don't see why not. And Harlock would kind of look over at some point to Terica just to gauge what's going on.
I think they're just like they're sitting there and they had like a moment of like, oh no, not the animal. But I feel like this is also something that's like a thing that nobles would do.
Yes, it is a thing that nobles would do,
So
as a matter of
yeah.
fact.
So
Yes,
there's
it
a little bit
is.
of like, oh, not the
Mhm.
animal, but there's also a little bit of like, this is what happens, and if we get paid, I suppose, and maybe I could
This is a
stay on the
man who could
ship
pay
and
us
just
quite a
like
bit,
fix
so.
things. So
Yeah, and also Val would give Terica a look like kind of reading the existential crisis of like an animal in danger. The look would be like, we're going to be feeding this lion, and it's going to be this gentleman who believes he's going to have a trophy. I would
This-
like to say
This
the
is becoming
following.
our way of dealing with people.
Yeah, we just feed him the lions or space them. I would say to Ayers, kind of when he dismisses Rambo, the latex distributor,
Yeah.
he would say, like he's disagreeing with him, but he doesn't want to say anything. And then he would do the classic, I'm an assistant to the mayor, where he turns like, so he's talking like this. And yeah, he would say, this gentleman is a latex connoisseur, which means he could give us a couple lion sleeves, the ones for protection. We can get them monogrammed for the specific safari.
You, latex peddler, you'll be allowed to come on, but I'll pay you half. Well, I'll be paying the rest of them, but you're allowed to be on this safari with us. And like, Irma's like, what?
I wasn't asking to go, but
No, yeah. Well, he may have time to make us something. We don't necessarily need him on the safari, but we could have him.
Yes. You're disinvited, but you can make me things. I will pay you. No, pardon me, all assembled, I have got a lovely bit of brandy, but I just wanted to let you know, I will be paying you all to accompany me on this safari when we get to Thebes.
wonderful.
And he just like pats the doctor and like gives you like a nod, like, yeah, like this, like a look that says, oh yes, the world will be our oyster, and it will be grand. It's this kind of like a, when you just think life is going to be really good, and
When you're a colonialist, that's exactly
yes,
what you think.
yes, exactly correct. When you're a colonialist, life will be good, and he like just smiles, and he has got this like he pulls out like his data pad, and there's like he just like flashes this sort of image he has of himself in a pith helmet, like a little safari outfit, with like a big rifle, and he just like shows and he smiles. and he puts it back, and he heads back off into his room.
He is so wild. I hate to say this, but I almost kind of love him.
I do
he is
too.
so
I
out
do
there.
too.
Like,
He is a hoot and a half to like RP with, and like I just at some point he's gonna like do. It's just it's a train wreck waiting to happen, and I love it so much.
I don't know how old he's supposed to be, but I just picture Brian Cox, like the
Yes.
British act, like just
Yes.
you know, somebody you're not supposed to like because they play a
Yep.
terrible person, but you fucking end up loving because they're such a great actor. But
Yes. Yes. Yes.
man, I gotta say though, like, so our one guy, good old
William?
Mr. William,
Mhm.
Willie, obviously not going to become a member of the crew. However, Marcel Rambo, I mean, I don't know. I kind of love him.
I am
Onboard
100
tech specialist.
I am 110% down with him making all of us uniforms. Like I just our crew being latex, the latex crew.
Uniform.
we show up everywhere. We're like, we are the crew of the Gambler.
We're the Stony Jackal. Watch out!
Does anybody have a Gatorade?
He is so like, he is so just by his presence much, but like he takes his craft so seriously, and he seems so pleasant.
I love it so, and he recognizes that there are all sorts of options that people need when it comes to latex, like the elbow cutout. Never would have thought of it, but how useful for engineering purposes to be able to move your elbows, like
Really, yeah.
just it's.
Everybody, normally I save this type of shit for the end, but I'm telling you what, I mean, what a chef's kiss NPC. All of these people, the Trooper has come up. When everybody's come up with the Trooper is brought to life as the latex distributor. Amazing shit.
Like it's a gift. Like all of these passengers have been gifts. But especially Marcel Rambo, who I really do think we should try and convince to stay on the ship.
Now, as a super fan of Trooper, I will let everybody know this first batch is like when the drug dealer gives you drugs for the first time. Oh, here, just take these. You'll love these. And we do. We love it. We love these passengers. But that's because Trooper's got about 3 deep the real dickhead that's coming. That will be like, passengers are always cool.
No, that's why we have to take the good ones now while we can.
So, just for the record, I just need to say this out loud, and it's not my fault. I blame Australis Plays for this. Australis Plays says that we need to rename the campaign to Pirates of Spandex rather than Pirates of Drinax, and that just needs to be said out loud. That's all.
So good.
You know, that speaks to me on a very squeaky level, a very close level.
Yes.
And non-breathable.
I just feel like our theme song would then be like, eat, 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 eat.
I want this so much.
So anyway, we can get Queen to do that.
Okay, we need to, yeah. Latex Leather Goddess of Phobos was a really great Infocom game. I will just note that, Hawkeye. I will ask you if you have other things you need to do throughout the course of this week in Jump Space.
Teach Wesley. I want to teach Wesley more about like how to repair the ship so that he can help me repair it at 2 times the speed, ideally.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Just sort of take him under my wing, be like, let's do this, buddy.
And Wesley is a sponge for learning. Like, Wesley wants to learn as much as possible and wants to make sure they do a very good job, right? That they don't mess anything up. And like, Wesley has got so much concentration for like everything that you say. He takes notes on his data pad, and he will ask you questions. And he's like, well, we had like a combine, and it sort of did like, is that similar? And we're like, we'll try to relate everything in all the ways that they can, because and like you'll see it, right? Just and at one point in time, I think Wesley would say, um, Terica,
Yes.
have you seen that the Grebes are all fine?
Oh, yeah. I hadn't been there lately. They are fine?
They're all fine, and everything's clean. Nothing's upset. I made sure. Um, you'll tell the captain, right?
Of course.
Okay.
I'm very proud of how far you've come, Wesley. I mean, look at how much you've learned. And you've kept everything clean, and the gambler doesn't look like she's sustained any damage at all, despite having a horde of carnivorous animals on board. I think that's fantastic. Thank you.
Just don't want to get fired, you know?
Fired? Wesley,
Yeah.
I don't see a world where you get fired off of this ship. You're one of us
Oh,
now, and uh, unless severance is severance, you'll be fine.
he did say if I don't do a good job, I don't get to be on the crew.
Well, I would fight him because I think you're doing a fantastic job. And I don't like him
Hey,
anyway, so there's a lot there.
I have a question.
I might have an answer. What is it?
Do you, um, it's about the Grebes.
Okay.
Is it weird? I mean, I think it's pretty weird. No, I'm just being silly. Never mind.
No, no,
Sorry.
no. What? What's weird?
Motherfucker.
Oh no, what happened?
Well, I mean, I've been around animals a lot, livestock, and
Yes,
you know, animals act a certain way, right?
of course.
And I think maybe some of the Grebes are sick.
What makes you think that?
Well, some of the Grebes don't eat as much as the rest of them. Like, when I put in the entrails, they just go wild. It's like a feeding frenzy. But like a couple of them don't. They barely eat at all.
That seems very odd.
Yeah.
Let's go look at them. Will you show me which
Okay.
ones?
Sure. I just thought maybe I just don't want to get in trouble if they like get sick or something, you know?
Wesley, you're as much a part of the crew as I am. I would fight anyone who would try and kick you off this crew. Now, that doesn't mean you won't get in trouble if you try and volunteer a cargo space for a bunch of people
Sorry.
who can't pay. But,
Well,
but, you can't succeed without failure. Ugh. Ugh. Let's go look at these Greaves.
okay.
Before, as they're heading down, Val will tap their comm, or sorry, Terica will tap their comm for Val and say, um, oh no, actually, I think they would wait until they actually see the Greaves to see what's
Hmm.
going on. Yeah.
Mhm.
Sorry. Sorry. Ari would call in Val at this
Yeah.
point with urgency and terror,
Yeah.
but I don't think Terica would.
So you're gonna walk down through, come down the hold, down into the cargo,
Mhm.
when you've got your cargo base all sort of filled up with things, and there are these like two large pens, right, where you've got all these grebes, and
Mhm.
Wesley sort of walks you up to this sort of. There's like quite a few. Like there are a lot of grebes. If you're gonna go and do, I mean, how do I phrase this? If you were going to inspect these grebes carefully with great attention, you probably wouldn't. Because there are like 30 or 40 of them. You
Okay.
know, there's just
Okay.
like a lot of grebes, and it would take a lot of time. And if you were going to do like, I just feel like it's a lot of time to do a very thorough inspection. If you were like an inspector of some sort, you probably wouldn't want to go through all of them because there are also grebes who are also carnivorous and a bit snippy. So you probably would do a less thorough investigation of them if you were
I mean,
like a
I'd want to focus on
customs
the ones
person.
that aren't eating. Like I would just
I'm just
look
saying,
at those.
yeah, yeah. I'm just saying
Yeah,
if you were a customs official, you probably would not spend that much time on all of these grebes.
fair.
And Wesley. And Wesley sort of looks and is like sort of looking at them and sort of, and it's like, okay, look at the pen, and
Yes.
uh, hold on. And like Wesley's looking, and there are these grebes looking adorable with their huge like maw full of jagged fangs.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Goes and picks one of the buckets of slop and sort of like throws out this bucket of slop onto the floor of the ship, and like a number of these grebes starts coming in to feed, like set up like a kind of like a feed trough, and so like grebes are coming in. He's got to put in entrails into multiple feed troughs because there's so many grebes, and most of them sort of start coming in, and there's like about 5 that are a bit more listless. They sort of mosey on slowly and are not particularly interested.
I think Tarika would hop the fence and kind of go toward them to see what they can see, and they would like use their experience working with animals historically to kind of approach them in a way that would not would ideally not trigger any sort of like desire to eat Tarika or harm them. Um,
Could
and
I get an animal handling roll from you?
yep, yeah, you totally can. Let me
I
just
can.
pull that up real fast.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You need an 8.
Uh, I am gonna use some luck on this. In fact, I'm gonna use if I use 3 luck, does that take me to a critical success?
No, because you need to beat it by 6 to get a critical success.
Oh,
But
well,
that would give you well if you did two luck, that would get you a +2 that you can give off to someone else based on your insights if they have a roll.
okay. You know what I'm gonna do to figure this out? We're
Mm,
gonna roll some die.
mm.
Evens means I use luck to get a critical success, and odds mean I
Not a
just use
critical,
it to get, or just a
just a
success.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So 2.
Yeah, 2, please.
Okay. You will be able to give a +2 to whomever interacts with these grebes next, in some
Okay.
kind of way, whose insight. You watch them, and you have experience with animal handling and training animals.
Mm-hmm.
What you notice based on your, because I believe your specialization is training, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So these are wild animals, right? Grebes are wild animals, and they may look very cute, but that's one of the problems. People are like, "Oh, how cute," and then they like chomp on your
And then they
face,
die.
you know? Yeah, and they yeah. Um, what's interesting to you is that when you look at this flock of grebes, they are wild, dangerous animals, barely contained. At any moment, they could just go off and murder everybody, as grebes are wont to do. Except these 5 um, seem to actually have been trained. They seem to be not wild like the rest of them.
Trained as in it's really odd that I could put that I could walk all the way around them and like not have any sort of concern. They are
Mhm.
very docile. Potentially turn them into mules of some kind level of training.
I suppose that's theoretically possible.
Hmm. Um,
Like they seem like the kind of animals that have been trained so that they could, you could hang out and pet them without them just stabbing you. You know, like you could
Yeah.
interact with them for some longer time period, perhaps touching them, poking at them, or whatever, and they wouldn't run or spook or buck or stab
Certain
you.
certainly seems odd that they're trained that way and they're not
Mm,
eating. Um,
mm,
I
mm.
think Terica would tap their comms and call Val and say, "Hey, Val, there's something going on with the Grebes. Something odd. I think some of them may be tame, and they're not eating."
Would you like me to come down there?
Yeah, please, if you could. I think it
Okay.
would be good for two to take a look at one of them, at least. Something's off.
We'll head down.
I think Terica, while that's happening, would like isolate one of them into try and get him away from the others so that there's like they're in a safe area to be
Mm-hmm.
inspected.
Do you remember when Wesley was trying to herd those grebes onto the ship and how difficult it was?
Yeah,
I remember how
it was
like
really bad.
there were some grebes that just sort of showed up in the captain's quarters because the grebes kind of just do whatever they want to do and you cannot herd them. It is very difficult to do so.
I do remember that.
The grebe, not hard at all to get them to just isolate that grebe out. One of those five.
When
They're
Val
fairly, yeah,
turned, oh, sorry.
they're fairly easy to influence.
When Val turns up, Terica's like, obviously trained. I practically just led this one over here.
Interesting.
Meanwhile, in the background,
It's
there are
not
other
eating.
grebes just going
With all of
chomping
their
on
rows
entrails.
of teeth.
Yeah.
If allowed without like losing an arm or something, Val would like to, and I have portable X-ray unit.
Oh,
Have anything inside them, Trooper?
that's weird. That's weird.
And then
I'm
this
gonna need a
is going to be
roll.
super weird, right?
Yeah,
We
yeah.
need a medic. Okay. Hold on.
I'm gonna need a
Oh
roll
my
from
God.
you, please. You get a +2 from Terica
Yep.
because
Yep.
Terica gave you some good intel.
Got your back, buddy.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I get a 2 there, and I get a.
Mm-hmm.
So this is actually, yeah. Well, no, I don't. I wouldn't get a med. This is not a human, but I would get. I get 2. I get 3 with. So. Holy
19.
smokes!
Okay, cool. Cool. Captain Harlock,
Yes.
I have to tell you something.
Oh no.
Oh God.
Guess what?
I couldn't possibly fathom.
The alert goes off. The exiting jump space alert. You're exiting jump space. That's great. Your
Right now?
week has passed. It has been a lovely trip. And as some people are down in the hold, about to go and look at some X-rays, your ship is going to be emerging from jump space in the Thebes system, and it has been a wonderful, lovely, awesome sort of trip.
Has it actually been a week?
It has.
Okay. Okay. So it's not like something awry has happened.
No,
Okay.
nothing awry has happened
Well,
in your
as far
journey.
as far as dropping us out
Yes.
at a weird point.
Oh
And you
God.
are on the bridge as your ship emerges from the jump space bubble, going about 15 to 20, right? A nice sort of space. And you are just right emerging out of the jump bubble. There's a gas giant. Over there is Thebes.
Mm-hmm.
And in front of you, however, there are a couple of ships.
Of course there are.
I would call them I don't know. What would
Threatening.
I call them? Would I call them threatening? I don't think I would. However,
Okay.
This is. You've been pinged. Gambler,
Yes.
please hail.
This is Gambler. What?
If you would, this is the Imperial Customs and Law Enforcement. We would like to board your ship to just give it a inspection.
We'll get back on. Can you give us about 10 minutes? I have to use the little girl's room.
Certainly, we'll
I
be
just
maneuvering.
ate.
We'll be maneuvering to dock.
And then we'll get on the internal comms. Well, good news and bad news. The good news is that we have arrived in one piece. The bad news is that customs is coming to us right now.
they were waiting, by the way, as if it's sort of like a speed trap.
That's, it seems like.
So, quick question though. So, like, I know that we don't know the exact time that we'll come out of jump space, but I
That's
feel like Terica would know pretty close to when we would come, and they would have been on the bridge rather than downstairs.
You never
Am I
know.
missing
That's
something? Okay.
You know the number of days, but after that, it's like a gift. It could be like an extra 10 hours, 2 hours, 5 hours. It's always about a week, but there's always like you never know exactly. If it's been like after a week, you're like, okay, at any time it could happen, but you never know exactly how long you'll be in jump space.
Okay.
And it's always a bit of that's why you have an alarm, because the alarm
So
starts.
I think
The alarm will check when the integrity of the jump bubble starts to collapse.
So I think
Look
as
alive,
soon as
everyone.
the alarm would have started to go off, Terica would have like looked
Head
at
up.
Val and been like, "Sorry, got a jet." Because I don't think I don't, especially because the ship is moving.
Mhm.
I don't think that they would have stayed down in they would be racing for the bridge to be moving things.
So the minute that alarm goes off, you leave. You leave
Sorry, Val.
the dock and Wesley below. And as that word comes in that customs is out there, and Terica, they're heading up onto the bridge, and Wesley's kind of standing there with you. Doc, you've got your portable x-ray.
Yep.
Yes. They do have things inside of their stomach.
Oh, mother of.
They seem to have packages, large package filling up that grebe stomach. Just something big. Something that should not really be in their stomach, most likely.
Val would start to, as hearing all of this, he would start to slowly undo his dress shirt, and he would turn over to Wesley and say, "See if we got any extra latex. Shit's gonna get messy here."
That is going to be our episode right there. That is our episode for tonight.
This is why we need Latex Man on our crew.
Yay, Latex Man
Latex
for the
Man.
win.
We are going to find all the reasons that and if I mark my words, if we let this man leave us, we're going to find all the reasons where we could have used latex.
I mean, I have never wanted my gloves more than this moment.
And they go all the way up too, so
Yeah,
you're ready to go.
I'm going to note, by the way, that you got a 19, which means you're going to get a plus. That's an extreme success, which means you're going to get a +3 on rolls subsequent, right? To deal with Grebus anatomy. Just whatever you got going on. But you do have customs who are very interested in checking out your ship, which I'm sure you have nothing to hide. So I'm sure it's cool.
Yeah, definitely not those illegal drugs we haven't sold yet.
Or the illegal drugs inside the grebes, or whatever's inside the grebes. It's
There's
sure
so
it's fine.
many levels of not illegal in this ship right now that are so legal because because
Man.
we're
You know
biased
what?
ears.
I bet those children aren't even real children.
Yeah, probably not. We should probably just.
I am waiting for these grebes to have like Zeppelin-sized balloons of black tar heroin, like in their stomachs.
Yes, that would not be too far off. But
I
they're
mean,
very large packages of something probably very illegal inside those grebes. Those 5 grebes.
realistically, we just need them to not pop and not pass before this little speed trappy thing is done.
Although if they were there waiting for us,
Unless they're looking for them.
right?
That's
If
the
they were there
problem.
waiting for us, they might look a little more carefully than just like giving the pack a once over.
Okay,
I
what if
fly.
I fly really good? I'll fly really good, you guys. It'll be fine. We're gonna be fine.
Okay, they're about to dock, and almost,
And
and gone. Bye.
Hey, everybody, you don't mind if we come aboard, do you? Hey, maybe we'll start with these grebes over here. Let's. Fuck.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
I'm also going to note that they specifically chose a low berth, so they don't have to be awake for any of this. It's kind of all you know, isn't it? Yeah.
No, but it's still we have.
They're never waking up. The kids will.
No, I was just saying that we have all the appropriate paperwork that it's their grebes.
And
So it's still their
also,
problem.
No. You all forget what they paid us with. Those
Grebes.
fuckers paid us with the ones that are packing the whatever it is. We'll give you 10 of our grebes. Oh, we can't bear it apart. That's why I was flipping out when you were hearing about this. They paid us with the ones, so it looks like they're fucking ours.
Yep.
So
Oh my
okay,
God,
so they
it's-
already separated them
first off,
out.
it's
No,
so
they're
smart.
they're gone. They're gonna wake up in space.
You know what? Like realistically, we all knew murder was going to happen on this. So the reality
it's
is,
gonna have to be the
yeah.
desolate family, but here we
Like
are.
I thought it wasn't gonna be like I thought Terrica was gonna really have to go through something, but no. I think that we can all get behind murder here.
Oh yeah.
And I will note they
Yeah.
do have their tags, so they could theoretically, if what you're saying is true, they could be like, "Oh yeah, technically right now these belong to them, so they're not ours." But they would
Oh,
use
no,
Buckaroo when they get out.
Okay,
You know, they would.
chat, in case Greg forgets, because Greg has a terrible memory, Val's first order of business is because Greg and Val, this isn't metaing, but Val would immediately switch the identifiers,
Yep.
collar, tags, whatever it is,
Yep.
from the ones that are possessing contraband to ones that aren't. And
We're
so,
walking there and like he's all like mad and just like trying to hold a grebe by the neck that's like
Yeah, there could be some animal handling for the not docile grebes.
Those
that would be a little bit
absolute
more exciting.
jerks.
Yeah.
Wanna-
But you do have some
Drugs.
imperial customs and law enforcement in the mid. Thebes is not an important place that are just hanging out.
what are they doing here,
anybody
though? I mean, their jurisdiction?
See, the thing about the Imperium is they do cruise this area.
No.
They like this is like a no man's land, but they do make shows of force here and there to make people feel comfortable. And if there are trade interests,
Gotcha.
or perhaps, let's say, criminals
What? Look,
doing
we're not
criminal
criminals.
things.
We've never
That-
done
that
criminal
seems-
They
things.
have reason to come
Bullshit.
into neutral space if they have, yeah.
Yes.
God.
If they have reason to come into neutral space, because there could be people smuggling some very, very interesting things, they might be there to,
Hey, we are in international water. There is no law in open water that says we can't have grebes stuffed with drugs.
That's the theme of this cruise. You're welcome to the drug grebe cruise, baby.
I mean, we didn't start this whole
medicinal-
conversation
medicinal grieve drugs. Okay.
Yeah.
Like we've got Wesley has papers, so
Plus,
you know.
Oh, yeah.
plus we started
Poor
this whole
Wesley.
thing with like a conversation about how well the doctor walks these lines. So you know
Yeah,
what?
yeah,
Yeah, no pressure,
Be
Greg,
fine.
but all the
Be fine.
pressure.
You're
yeah,
fine.
yeah. It's a Greaves drug pinata. Yeah, so right now they belong to you on the books.
Oh
Just
God.
yeah, yeah.
Not
Mhm.
by the time they get down there and all the tags are switched.
So I want my lovely crew to do their outros while I cackle. I just want to note though, that couple, they are a sweet refugee couple who just lost everything in the war, and they have 3 kids
Oh.
and everything.
You know
Oh
what?
no,
They're
no,
about
they're
to lose a
about
lot
to lose
more.
everything in the war
At
that
one
they just
point in-
started.
I believed them. And now that trust is broken and there is
Yeah.
no coming back from that. Just jerks.
I, for one, am very disappointed in the choices they've made that have led them here.
So much disappoint. So much disappoint.
Well, you know, that's what they say is that drug mules really cringe when somebody is disappointed in them. So we should be,
I know. Yeah.
Wait,
we'll really give them something to think about.
Is, right.
is that
They're gonna lose
is that our-
privileges. It's gonna be rough.
is that our question? Like, what are we gonna say to these people if we allow them to wake up in front of us?
Oh, that's not a question. They're not waking up. Are you kidding me?
What did Leon say in Blade Runner? Wake up, it's time to die. That's what they're getting.
Oh, so lovely. I want my crew to do outros because I love this so much. So I would love you to say who you are, where we can find you, and give some love to somebody else in our cast. And yeah. Sometimes, look, I know this might shock you, but sometimes there are people who do illegal things, and sometimes they have illegal goods. And
Was-
sometimes they
yeah.
smuggle those
Or-
illegal goods.
If not for the 5-0 showing up, like they would have basically been doing our job for us by putting illegal goods into our possession that we could then, you know, do with what we please.
Rocket, you're up first. Who are you? Where can we find you? And then give some love.
Yeah.
Also, chat. I need an episode title.
Yes, do that. Yeah, you know what? I'm Rocket Fox, your second favorite person as always, and you can find me. Pretty much look up Rocket Fox. I'll be there. And the love, I honestly this time around, I have to give the love to you all, chat, and these passengers that you have gifted us with, because these people, I don't just these people are so present on the ship with us in a way that we can't stop. and it's you know what, you've really given us some fun things to work with, and I appreciate that. And also the fact that all of you are always here and really engaged and supportive and doing the thing. So thank you.
Where do we find you next?
Well, that's a fine question. On Sunday, you can find me over. I'm going to be over on Cybernation Uncensored, where we are, in fact, starting back up our Dune game. Which, if that interests you at all, we are a team of all Bene Gesserits, and we're causing some ruckus. So that's going to be a good one to check out. And then Monday night, we are restarting up. Same channel. Our actually, oh my gosh, we are doing our first, between like a 3-month break between session 0 and session 1 episode of Shadows of Estrin. And so
Ooh,
it's
nice.
Yeah, it's think fantasy, but upsetting and dangerous.
Yeah.
So,
It's French. It's super cool.
yeah, think of the depressing things that the friendship brought us in such wonderful ways, and that's what it is.
Mimes.
So yeah, it's basically going to be all mimes all day. And then after that, same channel, but it's going to be, you will especially want to be there for that because it is going to be this month's episode of a show that I'm producing called The Monthly Weird. Do you want to know about all the weird stuff that has happened this month? Yeah, you do. So join me over there. And yeah, that's brings us back around. So that's where I'll be.
And did you give love to somebody?
I gave love to chat. I gave love to our
Well, that's
people,
fair.
our viewers.
That's fair. Chat deserves love. That is fair. So we will go next to Greg. Who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love.
Hi, everybody. My name is Greg. I'm Grimjack21502, playing Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey here on the Pirates of Drinax. Again, I love everything about this. Giving love tonight. I've already given a little bit of love to Trooper for taking the love that I will give to chat for that Fox said for these fantastic characters that Trooper has then molded into wonderful additions to the campaign. I really appreciated everybody. Now, follow back in this episode. That latex shit wasn't coming into play at all until Fox decided to order a latex outfit for Severance. And then this whole thing becomes latex infused, which I would have to say is fantastic. But my official love for tonight, if given, is to Ari for the scene of revealing, a lot about Terrica's current emotional state, getting into what happened with Evan. That was great. I love seeing stuff like that. I've always said it. Terrica is the beating heart of the ship, and it's fantastic to watch the evolution of their character. I will say this in closing, as we are getting ready for what will surely be a fantastic episode next week. Everybody, be quiet. I want Myth walking into this as
Yes.
as Severance walks out of his room for the first time in a week, and we are in the middle of a drug raid because that's not Severance specific at all.
In my headcanon, I so want, like, all of a sudden this happens, like Severance was sleeping or something, and then he he jumps up real sudden, he's alarmed, grabs the nearest thing to throw on.
Yes. Oh, please, yes. Assless chat.
The latex suit, and he shows up, and all the customs agents are there, and he walks out with his assless suit. That's all I want. That's all I want.
I will end with this because since the whole week passed and we didn't have a couple days there that would have anything. It's a little flashback. The image of like the night prior before the revelation of the drug mule Greaves. It would be Val basically naked, standing in the middle of the med bay with just the black latex bikini bottoms that Flash Gordon wears in the movie, and going, this feels right. Sue, this feels right. Does this look right? It feels right. And that's where we leave.
You hear a very quiet Flash.
Did you hear that? I heard that. Doesn't matter. I heard it.
Ari, so it always takes at least 148 hours to get out of jump space, but then after that, it's like a random 66 more hours.
Yeah.
So like you never know exactly. It's like somewhere between like 6 and 8 days. It could be, you never know. Like you just know when at some point in time we should be coming out of it now. But it could be another 2 hours, 6, 12, could be any number of times. So it's always one of the things like when you start getting to the end, it's always like, oh, let's see. And unfortunately, it was when you found out about some really big packages and stomachs.
Yeah.
Just then.
Yeah. Not great.
Yeah.
Not great timing. Not great. Not great.
Yeah. And I
Yeah,
think,
very
by the way, that's
difficult.
one of the things. I would ask you a question just because I'm curious.
Yes.
It could be anywhere up to 36 hours longer than the minimum before you come out of jump space. So that's a long, like a 36-hour window. um, how does Terica manage that long window when you do not know exactly when you'll be coming out of jump space?
Mm, well, it used to be a lot worse, right? There
Mm,
used to be like a lot of pacing and
yeah,
a lot of pacing specifically on the bridge and a lot of not sleeping. So just a lot of
yeah,
like pacing and not sleeping on the bridge.
yeah,
Um, and now it's gotten to the point where like they're still on more of a high alert. So like all the senses are tingling and they're waiting for that shift of the engines there that comes about the same time that the alarm happens.
yeah,
Uh and there's a lot of like just very it's almost a little bit like they're like vibrating but not quite as they're listening, but they're still able to go about their daily business and get like things done and they're not it's no longer this frenetic energy. It's more just this like careful, tuned
yeah,
energy that's like really paying attention. So when the alarm does go off after with everything happening, I think it's there's like you know, like when you prime the pump for to like start an engine before you like shoot it off.
yeah,
And when
yeah.
you do that, then you're able to get the engine going really easily.
Right.
That's kind of what it's like. So like they're able to like run pretty fast right now because they've already got a little bit of like adrenaline kind of
Yeah,
thrumming through their system.
yeah. Well, could you say who you are, where we can
Hi.
find you, and have you give some love?
I am Ari Ventures. You can find me online. At all of the socials. You can find me here. And you can find me live on stage in Seattle, Washington. I am going to be in a new show called Seattle Secrets, where we share secrets and the audience gets to have a conversation with us about what those are.
Ooh.
And very excited about that show, honestly. I think it's going to be really interesting because there's this moment where you are connected with the audience in a way that doesn't typically happen with improv.
Mm,
And I think that's going to be a lot of fun. So in terms of love, there's been a lot that's already been given that I completely agree with. One of my favorite things is chat. I had a little bit of a glitch today, so I haven't seen all of chat and I can't type in it, but I've been seeing like I about halfway through, I was able to start seeing like chat pop up and like read what you were saying, and it was really lovely.
That's been the same here too, by the way. Thank you so much. Not been responding from not caring.
Yeah, there was one time where I like started reacting and I was like, oh, they can't see me, my camera's off. But anyway, and also like these lovely characters that we get to play with and just like the very different style that you're bringing to each one of them, Trooper. Like they live and they breathe and they move and it's delightful. Um, and just that genius, I was typing in our like little chat, that genius move to like get the latex suit for like that was so beautiful. So fucking
My favorite thing
awesome,
I've ever
Rocket.
done to date
I was
in my
like,
life.
I was just like, this is amazing. Chat, nobody tell him. Nobody tell him.
Okay, I got to interrupt real quick. Everybody place your bets because my bet is going here. Myth is going to have no comment and just put it on, and that will be the uniform for Severance for the. Never mention it. Never rage against it. Just do it.
Yes. And I want this so bad.
All I've ever done.
I think though, there is a piece of love that I would give to Greg though, which was those reactions as you were figuring out what was about to happen and just the like pop in, react, pop out. I was like, yes. So yes. Thank you guys. Oh,
I am Trooper SJP. I want to give, first off, love to Greg's pop-in reactions, not just with the drugs, but also with interviewing William Pike. Like, no.
And who turned out to not be a good fit, as it happens.
He's a good guy. Maybe not for a pirate ship, but so
I'm out of here.
I want to give love for that. I want to give love I want to give love to Rocket. I have to give much love to your discussions with Marcel regarding latex, but also that was brilliant. I love that. I also loved your interview with William when you were like, "Oh, you could be like, oh, maybe not," but we have contacts like this, and I
Right.
really
Yeah,
feel like.
interviewing your friend, a
But
buddy that's not here. It's not us.
but maybe you'll pull something out of that. So I will note that. And also, I want to give love to Ari. I enjoyed very much the kind of complicated set of emotions that sort of emerge with your conversation with Wesley, which was both like, I'm here for you, but also like, there's like a steely core. They can be a little scary sometimes, like in the best way, where you're like, yeah, if somebody messes with you or yours, I think it will be bad, right? Like it's that
Yeah.
like you're very kind, but you're like, oh, but somebody messes with people that you're like, it's not going to go well for them. And I like that sort of duality. That said, we do have a few more bits of love coming in from our chat, and I would like to read those out. Void Smoker, by the way, Void Smoker is doing the art for the PCs and some NPCs, and our cast has seen the art. You have not seen it because it's not completely done, but it's really good. It's really, really good. So Void Smoke, but you will see it. You will see it. And Void Smoker has tipped $50 who said, "Hope this helps the crew with their newly acquired latex habit." I mean, latex is expensive. Also,
You're gonna be kind of
when
serious. All right.
when Val walked by, I was like, "I'll pay for it." Like that part, that right there. That was just. I like how giving the crew is. You know, the Harlock will pay for Severance's latex suit. Val will
They're
pay
just
for.
priceless.
Yeah, yeah, I appreciate that. Stormbetter327 cheered 100 bits. Thank you. Who says another great episode? You are all awesome. Thank you so much. And then Will and TW, who's our note taker, without whom we would not have some of the things that are happening, because thank you, says cheered 100 bits and says, "Thanks all for this amazing episode. So much fun with the awesome NPCs and a great scene between Tarika and Val. And you all have survived your first week in Jump Space with passengers. And we will have many more to come, I am sure." That is. And Rissa knows that I do need to arrange some latex merch now. I I will say I got to go to a really great latex fashion show that was like a fashion show of all latex clothing, and let me tell you what, some of that stuff was amazing. Like there was this really
There's some
great.
good stuff you can do with it. Like
Oh yeah, there was this kind of like a Marilyn Monroe dress made out of gray latex, which was beautiful. There was this wonderful suit made out of it was like a full kind of like a tuxedo. It was like a latex tuxedo with like the white shirt, the black tux. It was like, I'm gonna tell you what, there was some amazing latex finery that was kind of pricey. And I was like, I don't know how you have the artistry to do all of that and make that all work, but you did. And I was like, wow. So Marcel is someone of that caliber of latex artistry, and there will only be latex brilliance for you all in the future, I think. Although Prax does note that you're going to have to probably increase your budget for the baby powder. So that is. And Ace Alexander notes, "In space, no one can hear you squeak." So I feel like that's
Key point. Key point.
key point. Yeah, Volpes, I went to a few latex balls back in the late 90s, as did I, Volpes, as did I. So amazing. My friends, this has been lovely. I am so happy, and I'm really glad that when we come back next week for episode 11 of 12, Myth will have some presents, because that's really my goal, is to make sure that everybody gets presents when they get here. Our episode title will be "We Need More Latex." Thank you, everyone. Please follow our crew. Come and watch them. Check us all out. And I want to make special thanks to our 4 sponsors in our special sponsor tier: Will and TW, Avita Amoeba, KY Hawkeye, and our brand new best and most awesome. And also, I just noticed that I actually did get, by the way, I got a DM in the Discord with some information about what this ad for our new sponsor should look like from Josh Meehan, and I'm very excited for that. Okay, everybody, we gotta go. Take care of yourselves, have joy, have love, and we will catch all of you all on the flip side. So with all of that, my friends, ciao.